Alright, I think we're live now. Let's get the sim up. Actually, I'll have to give me a second. Let's get the sim up. And let's go ahead and get New Sky up. Sorry about kind of like the late timing of everything. And it'd help if we were to get Moby Flight up as well. Do you have a chat box? There we go. Now we have a chat box. There we go. Bum 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 bum. All right. First things first, we have to go ahead and hop into New Sky and book this flight. It is a scheduled passenger today. Under Speedbird 22 Bravo. Really? I looked in there earlier, and it was there. Unless some idiot decided to take the triple out of Heathrow. There it is. Got the seven. Got the only 777 that is currently on the ground at Heathrow. Passengers. Yep. Departure time. Call at 0. There we go. Alright. I guess we have the whole place to ourselves. Now, I do need to find out. Something. What stand is this at? Operations. Let me just take a look at our operations right now. Heathrow. Yeah, so it's currently, by the looks of it, one of those stands. That's fine. What's the current situation for Heathrow looking like? For a shiny new 777. Shiny new Boeing 777-200ER. Oh, you were at Brussels earlier. In something that I did not stream. It's probably stand 546. Seems about right. Stand 546. Oh, I disabled a bunch of useless stuff at Heathrow. Actually, no. Where is it sitting, actually? Sitting off taxiway Delta. Verify. Don't. Verify. Control. Okay. In that case, it's probably at stand 563. Stand 563. Alright. Let me just go ahead and connect to VATSIM. Speedbird to Toronto.
You need to set parking brakes to request ground services.
And hopefully Heathrow is working a little bit better in terms of our performance. Certainly feels like it. Alright, we need to go ahead and get the sim reef OFP and add shitloads of extra fuel to it. Down for Baltimore. We are in a 772. And then in terms of her fuel planning, because of weather, I went an extra 60 minutes of fuel. Yep. You're on the Trish 4, not gate transition. You're gonna get a little bit more direct. They kind of want us to go out to the south. Okay, that's fine. Generate flight. That's fine, I guess. Not preferable, but it's fine. Damn, I am thirsty. I'm really thirsty for some reason. Do I get the kettle started then? Actually. No need. Much better. Okay. Our cell count is Nicky Romeo Mike Papa. There you go. Flight plan filed. Flight plan is now filed. Shift Charlie, we're checking the 772 today. And we have precisely 15 minutes to push into our push and start. We can wait on those. The deer is on, emergency lights armed. There we go. Gonna wait for all these systems to get up and running. In the meantime, electronic flight bag. Request data from SimBrief. Okay, and then we can go ahead and that's fine. That'll work. Alright. When was this? Should we have to update the nav data? Probably should have done that a little earlier. thinking about it, that probably should have done that a little bit earlier. That's fine. That's fine though. There we go. Now our nav data is dealt with. We are very, very much behind schedule today. We're supposed to depart right about 70 hours ago. I decided not to. So, FMC, preset net GPS. There we go. Right, now we got the GPS set. Quest. Oh, it probably needs the sim brief integration again. Quest. There we go. Set payload. Set route. Or sorry, select fuel. Select route. In the meantime, though, we could use some of these screens to get on. These screens coming on could be helpful. Flight information. I don't think we have any departure clearance request. Information alpha. Stand 563. And I highly doubt that they're online. But we will take a look. We will take a bit of a look now, shall we? Meantime, tune in a comm frequency 122.8. Right, there we go. 22.8 is tuned in. I highly doubt that we have any ATC or any kind of CPLC support. With that said, though, earlier when I was at Brussels, we did get some CPLC messages when ATC was not online, so we will go ahead and take a look to see if we get anything.
Easy 35, either traffic, exit runway, holding.
Alright.
November 6th.
I highly doubt it. In the meantime, ADA's request. Heathrow. Auto. Load route information.
Either traffic, easy 35, we're going to be taxing via.
Right now we have right about 10 minutes or so till push and start. 10 minutes to push. Heathrow information, Bravo, current surface wind 280 degrees, 3 knots. This being 9999, clouds overcast, 1200. Temperature 13, dew point 10, QNH 1031. That is similar to what it was earlier. 1031. A little high, to be clear. A little on the high side. You have to be advised. You have to remember that we are in a high pressure environment. QNH 1031. Generated by PMTG. Using VAT sim data. End of information, Bravo. Alright. In that case, we're definitely going to be using the 2.7s. Question is, do we go after 2.7 right or 2.7 left? They just landed via 2.7 left. That means we take off via 2.7 left as well because of the single engine because of the single runway operations. And if we were to look at flight radar. Flight radar 24. We should see that it is that they're using the same thing in real life. I don't know. In real life, they're not really doing it much. Okay. Logo wing lights on. So yeah, we'll take 27 left then. And in terms of our charts would help. Route 1, activate. Execute departure via 27 left. We are on some 3 Gulf departure. Import from SimBrief. We are on the Goss to Foxtrot. That is interesting. Goski to Foxtrot departure. That's considered via T7 left. They're changed that.
Tower traffic.
Goski to Golf.
We're getting on the left. We're going to cross the right at Echo.
You're on the Goski to Golf departure. Insert. Okay. We can accept our init data flight level 360. That's fine. Thrust limit takeoff. The wind is 280 degrees at 3 knots. Okay. And I think we're gonna go with flaps 5.
ED for 5 switching off. Everyone have a good night.
Actually, yeah, flaps 5 will be fine, I think. What does SimBrief say our climb ratio and everything should be? Right, G7 left. I feel like that's fine. I mean, could be a little bit better. But I feel like that's fine. So that's 155. 159. To improve our climb.
Traffic.
164.
Oh yeah. Juliet.
Alright. Departure. Good. VNAV. Alright. We can go and throw in flight level 360. We are on an even altitude today. So have to caution that. Why is the iPad not charging? Maybe because it wasn't plugged in correctly. There we go. There we go. Now we got it plugged in. All right. I think we're ready for push. Let's go and get that APU on. GSX, please prepare us for pushback. Handling via British Airways, yes. Heathrow traffic speedbird 22 Bravo heavy stand 563 push and start facing south expecting departure via 27 left Heathrow.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Alright, good, so am I. Or almost.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Good. Just waiting on this APU to come up. APU is running good. Ground ops time.
Locking gear.
Alright. It'll be nose left facing south on taxiway Delta.
Release parking brakes, please.
They were never on, but alright, let's see if GSX is actually gonna work today. It worked once earlier, and that's it. Alright, come on now. Come on. Come on now. Come on, GSX. Are you gonna push us back?
Heathrow traffic, FedEx 223, push and start stand 604 facing east. Heathrow.
Do you like GSX might be a little bit broken?
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright. Let the engine start. Engine number 1 coming online now. If only we can get engine number 2 running. Oh, wait on for engine number 2 to come down. I beg your pardon? There we go. It is coming online. Sorry, I see engine shut down, and then I see it's taking a minute, and so long, Heathrow! So long, Heathrow! They are trying to depart via 27 right, so that might be a small little issue. faced the wrong direction, didn't we? In that case, don't taxi via Bravo Echo Alpha, I think. But our stuff's already in for all of our numbers are in for 27, right? So yeah, for 27 left. So yeah, whatever. We get to live with it.
Please set parking brakes. Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Confirm good engine start.
223, taxi on the
Cockpit to
67
ground.
left.
We have a good engine start.
Sierra,
Unit
holding
disconnected.
60.
Unlocking gear.
Heathrow traffic.
In the meantime, flaps are full. Like controls. Full up. Full down.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
What's the yoke at?
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Oh, come on. This was working earlier. It was working fine earlier. It's working just fine earlier. Where's the yoke cam at? It was working just fine earlier. It was working A-okay earlier. I blame OBS. OBS did a badish update recently, so. Alright guys, you get another day of no yoke cam, unfortunately. Flight director's on. Flaps away. If someone is tuning in, give me a second to look at the stream. All right. Heathrow traffic speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy gonna begin taxi now via Delta Bravo to hold November 2 Echo for G7 left departure. Heathrow traffic. What's going here? We're on a move now.
Heathrow traffic, FedEx 223, clear of takeoff, runway 27 left on the unmanned 1 Foxtrot departure, Heathrow.
Get everything on now. Go ahead and make the passenger announcement once we are airborne. And we are on the Goski to Gulf departure. Which calls for us to climb to 3,000 initially. Okay. Bum bum bum. Nicely done, FedEx. Don't know what these frames are about. Those stutters were kind of annoying. And we have done a shit job at this taxi already. There we go. We'll get our taxi speed up. Aiming for a very, very quick departure. Aiming for a very, very quick departure. And the Yocam is broken right now. So I had it working earlier, and I have footage of that. It was working earlier when I was flying with the aeronaut. More about that later. It's no longer working. And I blame OBS entirely, because I haven't sat at my desk since right about 8:30 a.m. today. For reference, it is currently 8:07. We're going to hold at November Bravo 2 Echo. And to whoever's tuning in, if it's sub, can you let me know if the chat's working? Because it was I slightly messed up when I was reading the stream. Caution wing tip clearance. That's Heathrow, so we should be fine. Right, LNAV on, VNAV on. We can go ahead and set our speed to speed 245 knots. That's what we'll do. We need to set flaps 5 for takeoff. Set flaps 5 for takeoff now. I've had loads of time in the 777 recently. Actually, loads of time today. I spent a good 5 hours simming off, well, technically on camera, it's not on stream. That might not, I don't think that's going to be a video at all, but still. Alright. November Bravo 2 Echo is where we need to go ahead and get it off. Not this one, the next one. Everything's done. Seatbelt signs on. Look, all good. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy, lining up runway 27 left via November Bravo 2 Echo. Heathrow traffic. What is going on with the pilot's legs? Heathrow's one of Heathrow's busiest runways is all hours. Alright, this is the way we'll line up. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy, taking off runway 27 left via the Goski to Gulf departure, Heathrow traffic. Thrust is set. Auto brake RTO now. Airspeed alive, 80 knots. 100 knots. 130. V1 and rotate. Positive rate, gear up. Begin to put some flaps away. Noise abatement procedures in effect. Which essentially calls for a very, very, very steep climb. Very, very steep initial climb. You need to throw some flaps out. Or, sorry, throw the flaps away. Autopilot on. AP or something, we didn't have to have that on. And we are now cleared direct to Goski. Heathrow traffic speedbird 22 Bravo is airborne passing 2600, now direct to Goski. That is the Golf Oscar, Golf Sierra India waypoint, climbing flight level 360, last call Heathrow traffic. Alright. Let's fly to Baltimore properly this time. Because the other day we had issues. Or sorry, it was yesterday morning we had issues. In the form of I got called into work. And New Sky was being metric pain in the ass. So calm, all good. Oh, we got some center again. Munton, I think it is. Munton Oceanic, I think it is. But whatever it is, we will worry about it later. And I highly doubt they'll be online by the time we get there. All right. We are going to, first off, standard pressure now. We are now going to cancel the speed restriction. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy canceling speed restriction of 250 knots below flight level 100. Still climbing flight level 360 traffic. That is Munton. Which, actually, on this route, I think we are going to pass, but it's like a just barely thing. Yeah, we are. It's a just barely thing because we're departing to the south of Heathrow today. Instead of to the north, we're departing from the south. Tastes like old water from earlier. So I have several conversations planned while we are cruising. Speed 320 knots. Don't know. Wait. To go ahead and try to expedite your climb, please. Alright. not a bad departure now. Not a bad departure. Alright, we are direct to Goski right now. So we are now direct to Evitts. That's fine. Now, what the hell is going on with the yoke cam? Because that is a little broken right now. It's working fine earlier, to be clear. Yoke cam was working fine earlier. I don't know what that's about now. VNav now. VNav will know what to do. Climbing level 360. Then we will need to get our oceanic clearance here soonish. Alright. Headset can come off now that we're essentially out of everyone's way. Alright, in terms of our traffic separation, we have this guy, which appears to be either a sleepy pilot or someone who's having issues. It's one of those two options. Right, then we have us departing to the south of Heathrow. We have Lufthansa 518 going to an airport I can't pronounce. Alright. Did have a FedEx departure earlier. Don't know what that's about. Or, well, I do know what that's about, but, look at that. Look at that center line deviation right there. Absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. Spot on for that departure. Absolutely spot on. FedEx 223 going to Manchester. Okay. In a 737, really. FedEx in a 737. That doesn't make sense at all. That makes precisely 0 cents. If us going off to, we do have a center. We do have a center online. You have us going off to Baltimore. Literally, there's Baltimore ADIS online. They will not be online by the time I get there, considering it is quite literally an 8-hour flight or something, or so. I'm expecting an arrival around 4 a.m. But we are going to try and get there a little faster. What does progress say we're gonna try to get there at? Saying we're gonna get there in about 7 hours. 7 hours or so. So that's around 3:30. That's around 3:30 my time. So just over a little under 7 hours. That's not bad now, is it? What if we were to get a direct waypoint to that? Take as many shortcuts as we possibly can today. Just pay attention to something real quickly. Hopefully it does not require my attention. No, it does not. Alright. Good. We can go and let the passengers out of the seats now. Go ahead and do our in-flight announcement here soon. The one once we're at the top of our climb. Actually, we'll do it now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. This is your captain speaking. The current time is 8:22 Baltimore time. The current Heathrow time is about 3:22 in the morning. I do apologize for our 8-hour delay. Some pilot decided to be a sleepy pilot and not want to fly, and so he got written up. And anyway, now we're airborne. We are bound for Baltimore, of course, and yeah, it should be a very smooth flight. Should have you there in right about 7 hours, so maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, depending on winds. But right now, we are estimating for about a 3 a.m. Baltimore arrival. 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m. Baltimore arrival, which is pretty good. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and thank Mr. Grumpy Bus Driver from Aeronaut headquarters for allowing us to, or for allocating a brand new 777-200 for us to use for this flight. And I'd also like to go ahead and welcome the cabin crew and say thank you to them for putting up with our delay. Alright. At this time, I enjoy everyone to a nice meal. We'll be serving Greg's pastries, in addition to a bunch of other stuff that they have back there. I'm certain that they will go ahead and tell you in a few moments. And I'd also like to invite everyone to go ahead and relax, maybe get a little bit of sleep during our long flight to Baltimore. Once again, welcome aboard. It's a wonderful evening, it's a wonderful morning here, and a wonderful evening in Baltimore. And we should be on the ground in hopefully about no more than about 8 hours or so. Hopefully in about 7.5 at absolute max. Once again, welcome aboard. And I'll talk to you later on in the flight. At this time, I've also turned the fasten seatbelt sign off because there's no reason for us to have it on right now, as we do not expect any turbulence. Once again, welcome aboard. Okay, landing lights off now. Speedbird 2. We got Speedbird 2 now. JFK to London Heathrow. Flight level 5. I'm sorry. Flight level 5550. 55500. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. The U.S. seems busy. The U.S. seems very, very busy for Thursday evening. Got a bunch of towers online. We got some centers. Boston is online. We got Munton online, which I doubt they'll be online by the time we get there. Yeah. The U.S. right now is very, very, very busy. We are still climbing. And we are going to turn now direct to SunX. Hopefully saving us a little bit of time as well. And then tomorrow night, it's gonna... Actually, I'm not gonna do anything tomorrow night. I think tomorrow night I'm gonna film a video. And then... Anyway... And then Saturday night's gonna be our next stream. I'm gonna do a Baltimore Heathrow Saturday night after I confirm with Grumpy that that Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet does in fact run on Saturday nights. I think it does. Give us a few days and a week to work out or to work with. Discord. Let me go ahead and double check. No, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet goes on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. So, no. Okay, that means we get to do whatever we want on Saturday night. And we are just going to note that we have a 777 on the ground at Baltimore we can do a flight with. In our seat today, we are going to Echo 3. We're going to Echo 3 today once we get to Baltimore. Stand Echo 3, which is, if you don't know where Stand Echo 3 is, I'll show you. Here's Baltimore. Here's the Baltimore Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport. Okay, these 3 terminals are occupied by Southwest. Terminal A through C. Actually, they're called concourses at Baltimore. And then we have Delta, which is allocated for mostly Spirit, I think. Yeah, Delta. You have Delta X and Delta Yankee. And then we have the Echo gates. And you'll notice the Echo gates are a little bit bigger. That's because they kind of need to be, because the Echo gates are the international arrivals, or the international flights. So, and of course, U.S. Customs are down here. So, Customs and Border Patrol. And we are, let's see here. Yeah, right. We got some arrivals. We do have 3 Baltimore arrivals. One in right about 43 minutes. Another in right about 4.5 hours, and then we have us in about 6.5 hours. So, what does VNAV say now? Or sorry, not VNAV. What does progress say now? 7:15 Zulu. So, damn, we did shave off a little bit of time. Do we need to go ahead and get our oceanic clearance now? We may have to get it soon after we depart from Heathrow. Don't know how soon. Yes, we do. We do. Unless we don't. I think we do, though. Cross clearance. Max 1. First bird to Bravo, we can take up to 390. Actually, no. We can take up to flight level 380 on a Mach of decimal 083, and we are on X. Sorry. Starting out. We'll just put as filed. Our first oceanic sector is Shandwick. It's SOMAX with an ETA of SOMAX of 1240. And the current TMI is 283. Free text is SoCal. No, it's fine. So because we put it in the flight filing, and we are now cleared. Leveling off now. We are leveled off. So the southern part of the UK right here. And then the ocean appears to begin right there. So that's good. What is Seb doing? Oh, Seb, I was just looking at the Discord. Hey! Good evening, Seb. I was just looking at the Discord. Yeah, we are en route to Baltimore today from Heathrow. We are direct to SOMAX. We just got our clearance for Oceanic, and this is where we are. This is where we are right now. So, the yoke cam is not working either. And that is an OBS issue. So. Alright. Speed Mach decimal 831. We're arriving at Baltimore with 20.9 kilos of fuel. We can increase our speed then by a massive amount. Decimal 85. Can you try that? Yeah, we can go ahead and try that, and that'll increase our speed, but and save us like 5 minutes. We got loads of fuel on board. Because whenever you depart Heathrow, you want to have loads of fuel on board. So, all right. It's really nothing special from the comm perspective, and we can close all those out. Actually, we can even we can even tell it to terminate it. Heathrow, VATSIM. Usually we can terminate it, but it's not working for some reason. All right. So I was flying earlier. I was flying with David earlier, with Mr. David Knott. He left another hole in the Brussels runway. In 25 lifted Brussels. But I have some wonderful footage of my landings. We absolutely buttered both landings. We flew from Litzpeeg to East Midlands, and then from East Midlands to Brussels. And I have two very, very nice new sky reports from both of these earlier. The first one, we landed with 101 feet per minute, which is basically nothing. Anything below 100 I consider to be a little bit on the floaty side, a little but it's not necessarily unstable, but it's, you gotta be careful with anything below 100 feet per minute. because then your stuff might not activate. Stuff like auto brakes and ground spoilers, they might not fully activate when you touch down. Anyway, that was perfect. That was about as good of a landing as you possibly could have gotten, or as I possibly could have gotten. And then we arrived into Brussels. We had a little bit of weather, and it's 239 feet per minute. So, I mean, could have been better, but at the same time, considering that David got a whopping, I don't know, I think it was like in the 400 range, and all over the place. He definitely left another hole in the Brussels runway. So, with that said, though, 400 feet per minute, that's not bad. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Where you really need to be concerned is anything above 800-ish. That's when you need to probably get an inspection from ground crew before you fly the aircraft again. And then once again, anything below 100, little on the dangerous side of stuff, might not deploy immediately. Flaps are up, right? Yeah, they are. So anyway, it was 2 really good flights earlier this morning with David, and yeah, then I went back to bed and woke up probably about 4.5 hours ago to go ahead and do this flight for tonight. Then our landing was quite solid, like I said. Not a Discord message. One in 5 high school shooters had a romantic. That's interesting. Why is it showing up on my news? Oh, it's AI. Huh. 1 in 5 high schoolers has had a romantic AI relationship or knows someone who has. What on earth? What on earth? Are you looking at fucking AI now? Really? What the literal fuck? Alright. We're direct to Sumax. And then we should have a very, very quick crossing the pond session. Where it takes forever is from about this waypoint to the time we get to the time we pass Boston. So, I know it's an NPR article. It's an actual NPR article. I just got a freaking notification from it. It's funny, but it's also kind of ridiculous. It's not the kind of stuff that I'm gonna throw on the channel though. You know, I'll talk about it casually, but I'm not gonna go ahead and put it on the channel. I don't want that hate. So, let's see here. Direct to Sumax. Good. All right, let's open up Minecraft because I'm bored already. And we're already at cruise, and this is actually longer than a Baltimore to Heathrow because of the winds. Which is why we decided to try to get out here around 8, which I think we departed at like 8:15. Does not help when the screen flickers like that. Okay. Let's take a look here. You do have a step climb, flight level 380 in Duffy. I saw something with him earlier. I can't remember what. I was watching The Daily Show. I was watching The Daily Show with YouTube Shorts, so... Oh, yeah. That'll end up like Reagan. That'll end up like Reagan. Friends to fire air traffic controllers and skip work. Yeah, that will end up doing about as much damage as Reagan did. Just to say it, Reagan long term wise is not a great president. We all praise him, but the more you look, the more you do the research, the more you find out, or the more you realize that a lot of his policies long term didn't do anything, and he essentially single-handedly completely wrecked air traffic control. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Because I don't want to get too political, and not while I still live here in the U.S. So maybe over in the UK I'll get a bit more political, but not here, not now. I don't know if I don't know if you heard this news. Boeing is officially working on a new aircraft. That is not the 777X. I mean, they're still working on that one, but they are officially working on at the very least, a new 737. I'm hoping that they decide to end the 737 name, though, and go after the 757. But apparently they began meeting with GE or Rolls-Royce for a new engine design. So, yeah, Boeing is officially working on some kind of new aircraft. At least according to Aaron Rines. Boeing has started working on a 737 MAX replacement. There we go. There we go. That's it. And from my standpoint, that's a very, very good thing, and it's very, very important that Boeing begin to swap out the 737 MAX, because they messed that up so badly that the 737 name has been completely wrecked. So, I mean, because of all the issues with all the 737s over the past few years now, the 737 is actually at a point where I will never fly it. I would rather spend an extra $1,000 to get to my destination and not fly on a 737 at all than fly on a 737, because while they probably are safe, I just don't trust them. And when you begin to get that idea in so many people's minds, you've completely wrecked the name of it. That name is completely gone. You've completely wrecked the idea of the 737, and you have to start from scratch now. So, but if they were to do like a 757 refresh, that would be quite good. So, yeah, a 757 refresh would be nice, and I think that's what they're I think they are beginning to realize that the 737 name is completely done. So the 737, 700, and 800s, they're all right. With that said, though, still not the biggest fan of them. Still not the biggest fan of them. My concern with the 73 with booking a flight on a 737, 700, or 800 is the same airlines who operate those operate the 737 MAX, and they usually interchange between. So why would I? So when there's already a chance that I'll end up on a 737 MAX, and there's only a small chance that I'd end up. I don't know if it'll be the 737-900. I have my doubts on that. So I have my doubts on that. You know what they really should do, and they're not going to do it. To be clear, they should work on bringing back the legendary 747. They should bring that back. But they're not going to do that, and I don't blame them, because they're working on the 777X right now, so, and the 777X is only a year out from full certification, so. The 747 is legendary, and I'd love to have a 747. I'd love to have a modern 747, with like the Dreamliner style flight deck. That would be really nice of Boeing if they were to do that. So. All right. But yeah, no, my issue with like the 737 dash 700s and 800s is if an airline says that their flight is going to be operated by 737-800, okay. But the thing is that the 737-800s and MAX aircrafts are always constantly swapped out for each other, right? I mean, that happened to my dad when he was when he was flying from a work trip from LA to Baltimore. He was supposed to fly on a 737 MAX 9. Then he ended up flying on a 737-900. And so it's like, why would I, when I know that there's a chance that I'm gonna end up flying on an aircraft that I'm not safe, that I don't feel safe on, then why would I do that? So. I have not flown the 737-300. I know what they look like, but you know, at the Bourget at the Paris Air and Space Museum, I did see a 737-100. Didn't go on it. Went on the Concords there instead, though. The Concords in the 747. The 747-100 that they have there. So. All right. All right. So the plan for Minecraft-wise is we are going to flatten out a massive area. We're going to flatten out a truly massive area. And we're going to light it all up. I have so I have a fence over here. Okay. We're going to flatten out an area this wide all the way down to that fence. And we're going to make a fence. We're going to build another fence over there, kind of up where that hill is. That's kind of where it's going to end. But in the meantime, we're going to flatten out the entire area. And we have to do it with iron shovels, because that's all they got. So then hopefully we'll be able to get some proper farms going. So, but in terms of flying, my one issue with the U.S. is it's like so all the if you go over to Europe, all your routes are going to be at absolute max maybe about 3 hours long. Shit, out of shuffle, so that's fine. But here in the U.S., any meaningful route is going to be at the very least 8 hours long, or sorry, not 8 hours. At the very least 2 hours long. So, it's like, why would I fly here in the U.S.? I think I'd much rather drive. Alright, you can ditch that, ditch all that, ditch that, ditch that. Give me all that. And I need a bunch of sticks. And then throw me a bunch of chests as well. And we get to throw all the dirt in this. Alright, and then I'm also keeping an eye out on the flight because here at some point we have to squawk 2000. So we're already almost oceanic. Actually, we can squawk 2000 now, actually, because there's no reason not to. There's no reason not to squawk 2000 now. Because, I mean, we don't even have an assigned squawk code, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Just throw in 2000 now, and we don't have to worry about anything. There we go. Squawked 2000, we can go ahead and close all that. Alright, there we go. Now I have some footage of our landings earlier because I recorded everything. And then where are they? I have some videos of our landings earlier. Can't remember what was it? No, it's not. Video. There we go. Once again, way too. Okay. This is our second landing from earlier. Let me know what you think. This was with the yoke cam. This was with the yoke cam earlier. When I had that thing working. And right now, like I said, it is not. Which is kind of unfortunate. And I probably could have done that a little bit better. 3 seconds, there we go. Alright. Let me know what y'all think of the new yoke cam. Like I said, this is from earlier, and is the webcam gone? It's not. Haven't added it though. Video capture device, got existing webcam, there we go. This is our landing from earlier. And we were ahead of David earlier. this is our landing from. This is one of them from earlier, and then we had another one. The East Midlands. First time at East Midlands. And that's when you know you did it correctly. When the passengers couldn't even tell that you landed. So that's when you know you did it correctly. And it does not help that I decided to do this stupidly. Possible timing. Alright. Seb, you still with us? Seb's falling off the face of the plane again? Or has he? So. In other aviation news, there's at Nice airport in France earlier today, there was almost another mid-air collision. So the issues with the mid-air collisions, well, I don't know if it technically counts as a near mid-air necessarily, but somehow they came within about 10 feet. It was an EasyJet that had lined up on the runway, and then an aircraft, I forget what airline, was landing. So I don't know if it technically counts as a near mid-air, but certainly another mid collision, or certainly another near collision. The pilots claimed that they came within about 3 meters. So, ouch. In other news, Boeing and Airbus have both said that they're not working on any new aircraft, aside from any new airframes. That's more aviation news for you, but Boeing certainly has to be working on one, and then Airbus is very, very quietly working on a hydrogen aircraft. They are very, very quietly. They will say they canceled it. Actually, why am I doing it this method? Did I see some creepers earlier? Over here earlier? There was a creeper earlier. I might have despawned. Alright. For everyone tuning in, that's what we're going to do. During this next Minecraft night, we are going to use some creepers. Especially to knock down this area. And to help knock down this area. So, because this right here is the line. And then you're going to straighten this out all the way over there. And in the process, we're getting loads and loads of dirt. which we don't need, but so nice to have. And then in terms of the area that we're gonna keep leveled off, we're gonna well, actually, to be honest, we might bring everything else down, because there's no point in leaving this tiny little area right here like this. There's no point. So yeah, I kind of want to get political, but I also kind of don't. I kind of want to get a little political, but I also know that if there's any conservatives watching, they're gonna disagree with me. I'm gonna get called a bunch of stuff that I don't want to get called. But I would kind of like. You're all good, Seb. Kind of do want to get a bit more political, but I don't. I also don't want to. I also don't want to get that political. So. So Airbus is very quietly working on a hydrogen aircraft. Is what I've learned over the past few months. They won't say that they are, because according to Elon Musk and according to a bunch of other people, hydrogen is not a long-term solution. Even though I don't think batteries are a long-term solution. I think hydrogen is a long-term solution. I don't think batteries, though, for aviation are. Because batteries are heavy, and they take forever to charge, and don't bring me up. Don't say that airlines are going to approve of batteries, because if they take forever to charge, that means they're going to be on the ground for forever. That means you have to figure out a place to put those aircraft to charge. Not to mention you have to upgrade your already upgraded electrical infrastructure. And you, in addition to all that, now have to retrain pilots to learn that if they are a little heavy, there's nothing that they can do. And they just have to land heavy. Yeah. I just don't see how batteries in airplanes are going to work. I don't see how that's going to work at all. With that said, though, hydrogen, I do think will work. Because hydrogen you can refuel quickly. Not to mention, if there were to be an issue, you can land very heavy. Or, sorry, you can go ahead and dump all that fuel out. Yeah. And now, it's a lot less to upgrade in terms of electrical infrastructure. So, there's my hot take on hydrogen. And I know that there are people out there who say, hydrogen's never going to work, hydrogen's joking, and yeah. Batteries on planes, that's a joke. So, batteries on planes, that'll never work. That'll never work. I mean, just look at the Note 7. Batteries on planes. It won't work. Not to mention that I feel like hydrogen could probably be adapted to already existing airframes. I feel like hydrogen could probably be adapted to already existing airframes. Right, and so maybe let's say you have an old 737. For example, you could probably just, maybe with hydrogen all you have to do is take out the fuel lines, replace the fuel lines, scrub the fuel tanks, then you're off to the races. Maybe replace the engine, maybe upgrade some of the boards in there, but I feel like it's absolutely something you could retrofit. So, batteries for small planes like Cessnas, yeah, that this would work. But when you're the second you talk airliner category, there's no way. There's no way. Yeah, the second you begin to talk airliner category, that's just not gonna work. But for general aviation aircrafts, yeah, absolutely. I don't see why they wouldn't work. So, and Airbus is very, very quietly working on hydrogen options. In fact, I think they're gonna launch a new A380 with the hydrogen option once they figure it out. They're gonna either do that or they're gonna refresh the A320 with the hydrogen option, and then do an A380 afterwards, because there is actually demand for an A380. Ask British Airways and Emirates. The demand absolutely exists. It just does not exist for the A380s at their current state, with being wildly fuel inefficient and also wildly unreliable in terms of maintenance. So, alright. And I know it's turning to night, but we are actually going to use some creepers to our advantage. We're going to use some creepers to our advantage in a few moments. So, yeah. Alright. So, something interesting with Brussels earlier. Auto ATC via CPDLC message. And I will show you the footage of that. Got an auto ATC message via CPDLC with Brussels earlier, when there's no ATC online, and it's happened before. For Brussels, it has happened before, so I find it quite interesting that they're able to somehow pull that off. But I'll show you now. Right. Not there, right. There we go, right there. There was no Brussels air traffic control online when I received that CPDLC message. Let me see if I can't try to zoom in a little. I don't know if I can. It's Windows Media Player. So, yeah, it was an automated message via CPDLC. Essentially told us to expect 25 left when arriving into Brussels earlier. And it gave us a gate. So, anyways, if you're interested in the landing earlier at Brussels, here it was. And you can see the new yoke cam, which was not working when I departed from Heathrow just now. Yeah, I found it interesting though, because, and it's happened to me before at Brussels as well. But David didn't get one, but that's also because he doesn't use Hoppy for some reason. So David didn't get one, but he doesn't have I don't think he has the Hoppy lock on. or maybe he does. He just doesn't know how to use CPDLC. But yeah, I was flying with David Aeronaut earlier, so woke up at 3 a.m. just to be able to fly with that guy. Been promising him for a while, and he and I are gonna be working on a 772 livery. Be working on a Aeronaut 772 livery. So we're landing earlier into Brussels 25 left. So, yeah. 239 feet per minute earlier, and then this one was the magical one into the East Midlands. 101 feet per minute. I don't think I've ever done a landing that well. And of course, it had to be not on stream. So now David was in the new A340, so he bashed his planes into the runway twice. Most likely left another hole in Brussels. And then he proceeded to do some landing practice at Brussels off VATSIM and did a lot better. So So those are both of our landings from earlier. Whenever I do fly with him, well, you and I have been chatting via Discord a fair amount. The video I did on VAT USA versus VAT EU, that was his idea. Along with Grumpy and a bunch of other people, because they don't ever fly over here in the U.S. Rather, I do. So, but I'm very, very active on their Discord, and we are actually flying for them right now. I'm not aeronaut, and I don't want to be. That said, though, he does have some pretty good routes. So yeah. The goal of the channel is not to be another aeronaut. I know, right? By the way, I think we're like 2 subscribers out from 100. Doesn't help when the screen flickers. I have some kind of electrical issue here, because this screen flickers all the time, and it doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter where in the room it's plugged in. I've got some electrical issue, and it's not just the screen. It's happened to this screen, and it's also happened to the main flight screen. I've had it happen while on short final before, that have resulted in go-arounds. It's very, very annoying. But I think I know what it is, but I don't want to fix it. And I also am not 100% certain. And what I think it is I think that it's my stuff using way too much electricity for what the panel can provide. And in order to fix that, I have a few options. I could put the stuff that is in the laundry room, which is also on the same circuit. I could move that over to a separate circuit. Or a better option is I could have some electricians come out and completely replace our 50-year-old panel. And we kind of need that already because we can't run 2 heaters at the same time in the winter, which we have tried to do before. We can't do that. So we have some kind of issue in terms of my stuff using too much electricity, but also the breaker panel just not being very good. So and it's kind of annoying, but for right now I just kind of like want to live with the panel flickering. Right now, for the past few weeks, it's only been happening to the side panel, and so it's fine for right now. It's fine for right now. It happens at annoying times, but it's fine. So I don't know exactly what I can do about it in the short term. What happened when the setup was across the room, all the way back in the early days of the channel. What happened when the setup was over there? Yes. May I help you? Buddy wants to play? Go lay down. Go lay down. So, it happened all the way back when the desks were where my current server rack is, and when my computer was rack mounted into the closet. It no longer is rack mounted because I actually need to tear out that rack mount. It just takes up space. So back when I thought I was gonna learn cybersecurity. So yeah, 98. But it's been at like 98 for a week. But in fairness, I haven't done any shorts. So it's been flying a lot of long haul flights. So. Oh, I was speaking to another control earlier, a VATSIM. I was speaking to a VAT UK control earlier about my place in line, and with how fast it was going down, and just asking if that was like if it was actually going down that fast, and if it like ramped up controlling, or if it was like a one-time like weird thing. And he said that the wait time now is a little less than a year because they have ramped up controlling, but also that it was kind of people haven't been clicking on the still interested emails, so the wait list is going down. But I'm now in like actually we'll look, because when I checked earlier it was 838 I want to say. But I'm amazed at how fast it is going down. But he still said it would most likely be a year. My wait list. 835 now. 835. So. All right. Where is it? So, I want to get some creepers here because I want to knock out this guy the easy way. I'll have to wait until night. Whatever. In the meantime, that we can make this all uniform. So, we'll go ahead and dig out all of this. So, yeah, no. So it'll be probably 9 months is my estimate until I begin controlling. Depending on how few people decide to put their name on waitlists, or sorry, continue on with the waitlist. So. Alright. Anyway, this guy is most likely going to be doing my training with me. So, or at least that's going to be the goal. So. I already have. I already have. So, and I have begun working through most of the material, most of the theory material. But my issue is I don't want to do it too soon, because if I do it too soon, then I'll most likely forget. I'll most likely forget a bunch of it, and then I'll hop on VATSIM for the first time as a controller and not know how to do anything. So I'm kind of trying to avoid that as well, especially with the waitlist. But I have done a lot of. I have done a fair amount of the controlling stuff, and I do also have the Euroscope software installed already. So, which actually provides better charts than anywhere else. Somehow, don't know how that's possible, but it provides better. Somehow the Euroscope software provides better charts than everywhere else. Actually, mostly better charts, better design charts. So, yeah, still, it's like if I were to go through all the material today, and then were to be like another 12 months before I begin controlling, I'll forget it. I'll forget it. I'll forget it by then. So. All right. Waiting for that to go down. Yeah. Anyway, the guy who I was talking to, he is Heathrow rated. He's Heathrow. At the very least, Heathrow ground rated. Which I don't think I'm gonna go as far as Heathrow immediately. Think maybe try to get a Gatwick rating would be a better route. The goal is to start out at Edinburgh though, because Eddie will always have like a nice little rush. People love Eddie as an airport, so starting out at Eddie would probably be the best idea. So this guy started out at Stansted, but and he said that the reason why he did that was so he could get better with London area. So I got no clue how bad the other waitlists are. I didn't think VAT USA had a waitlist. Because when I began to look at becoming a controller, not realizing I could really do it with the UK, I didn't see any kind of mention of any kind of waitlist for VAT USA. And then I would consider VAT Europe, but I'm not going to do that because VAT Europe, I can't understand most of what they say. So immediately right there, I'm not a good fit. They speak English, but not English that I can understand very well. So, no, VAT UK S2 S3. I don't know. I'll take a look. Let's exploders installed or spawn. I don't know. I don't know how long the wait lists are for Heathrow. Heathrow ground. Oh. I can't even look at it. Unless it's through here. Become a controller, maybe. Or Heathrow endorsements. Okay. To be eligible for a training place, you are required to maintain ground slash delivery for, and this is for Heathrow ground, I think. Uh, 12 hours controlling UK positions in 3 months. At least 5 of which must include Heathrow ground delivery. And that's for tower, and then for approach, that is at least 5 hours within the past 3 months for tower positions. So, anyway, that's far, far, far down in the future. And with how many idiots there are at Heathrow on a constant basis, I'm not in any rush to do that. Alright, and can we get a sword? Or a shield? Here's some wood we can use. So, in terms of the Heathrow endorsements, members rated S2 or higher. So, you have that, or yeah, I think that's the only regulation right there that I'm seeing. Okay, further training. Yeah. Controlled as an S1 for 50 hours post-rating issued. And then, yeah. Also use the waiting time to practice your skills. Okay, and then for Gatwick, it's essentially the same. Essentially the same for Gatwick. So, yeah. Either way, it's gonna be a while. Upon receiving an invitation, respond to it at your earliest convenience and take care. Follow the instructions. If you're unable to attend this session due to real life circumstances, okay. Use a strike system. Failing to respond to the first invitation, failing to join the new controller, then failing to have completed the theory exam. If you are in the top 30 on the list who are eligible for the seminar, and members will be advised of the strike via email, and then members will be removed from the waiting list for failure to engage, which constitutes failure to respond to 2 seminar invitations, failure to complete theory at the time of the second invitation, and then failure to join the new controller training group after 2 invitations. and then they get sent all the way back. So. But yeah, 50 hours for us. We did just get some kind of message. Where is it? Are we getting an oceanic control online? I just got a CPDLC message. Are we getting a control online? I don't know if we are. We have to keep an eye on it. Anyway, it's time for a shield. Time for a shield and time for some proper armor. Nice. Come on, you big fat dummies. Come on, you big fat dummies. If you could please come right back here, that'd be nice. Thank you, sir, Mr. Creeper. Can come over here. Nicely done. Alright. And then I am keeping an eye out for any oceanic controller, to be clear. You just get some kind of weird CPDLC message. Then maybe when and then maybe when I do become like I think it's S3 that controls centers, I'd love to learn. I'd love to get some oceanic training. Got a set of 4 here. Yeah, I got a set 3 now. Shit. That sucked. That was right, like, oh. Ah, whatever. And you know what, good sir? I'll take you right there. And do a beautiful job of that. Oh my word, can we? Can we please? I know. I tried. That's though. Any more creepers around? Any more creepers around? Yes, we do. We have a creeper right here. Would like to comment and do some exploding for us. Help me out here. We haven't died yet, so. Can you do me a favor and come right there, please? Thank you. Alright. Now this whole area needs to be knocked down by a massive amount. So. Be it. But in terms of waitlists for, in terms of waitlists, I don't know where, I don't know if I can see the waitlists. Because I'm not even S1 yet, so. An Oceanic controller is not online yet. No Oceanic controller online yet. Or keep an eye out, though. Keep an eye out. Keep an eye out. Alright, so I'm actually thinking we're gonna readjust our expectations here because I would kind of like to have an area flattened out sooner rather than later, and I'm okay if we have to build up a little because overall I'm just not. I don't know if I'm willing to take down. I mean, I'll take down this hill, but all this down by a whole block. Don't think so. Don't think so. We'll begin to work on that now. So the question is, how far do we go out then? Question is, how far do we go out? I'm thinking we already made a straight line here, so we can. What if we go out to? We have a straight line here, so do is make a straight line here then. So, in terms of what's probably going to come to the channel tomorrow, most likely the setup. Most likely be doing the setup tomorrow. Most likely be doing a setup video tomorrow. And we will most likely be doing some kind of stuff. So, I'll most likely be probably filming the video on the triple, and I might be doing an evaluation of the A350. I might do an evaluation of the A350 because I'm very, very curious to see on how well that's going to perform. So, see, actually, to be honest, you could probably fill in through about here. Do something like this. Try to do something like this, and that'll work. That'll work out quite nicely. Let me just go ahead and clear up all this gravel and sand. Alright. Yeah, I'll just continue to fill everything in with all this dirt because I think it'll be better that I try to fill all this in than not. You have to fill it in the proper way today of actually filling it in. I kind of want to talk about politics, but I also don't want to get too involved with that. Okay, in that case, we do have some flattening out to do over here. And then I would kind of like to do a bit of a straight line over here. Ah, that's too far, I think. Straight line over here. And yeah, right there. So yeah, in terms of the stuff that's coming to the channel, most likely tomorrow. Well, actually not most likely tomorrow. We're gonna do another VAT Sim 6 video because I think that it's important that we continue to do those. And I'm also probably going to record I'm probably gonna work on the evaluation for the 777, which I filmed plenty of time ago, but been very, very slow at finalizing and at doing the video with. So okay. Just wait for a few creepers to spawn in. Alright, come on now. Aha, I see a creeper. Need all the creepers out there. Hey there, bud, you're gonna come with me, right? This guy gets to come with me. And I'll tell you what, actually, you'll do most of your good right here. No, you will not. Oh. Yeah, actually will. Any creepers? I see some over there, but more importantly, I see another one at like a perfect place. Hey there, good creeper. Come with me. That could have been better. That guy could have done a bit more damage. That's fine though. All right. Started that. Alright, Seb, are you back with us? Or are you, not with us right now? Because I have a question for you. Now that I've stopped paying attention to Minecraft. And boredom. So. Fuel and the centers are out. We are direct to 4730 north. 47 north, 30 west. Damn, we're moving across the ocean today. We are absolutely cruising across the ocean. Quite fast as well. Damn. We are locating almost halfway across the ocean. We are already almost halfway across the ocean. Alright, we do have a new message. We can probably tell this that we don't need that. Need the messages. We are expecting a step climb to flight level 380 here soonish. Then our Baltimore ETA is 711. Oh, that's perfect. 711 Zulu. So that's in just over 5 hours. Just over 5 hours. So yeah, about 3. Let's see here. Can we increase our speed actually? Mach decimal 8 to 6. The issue is if we increase our speed too much, then we go over speed. So I don't want to do that. Alright. Seb, if you're back with us, I do have a question for you. Close all those. The question, so I'm gonna be doing a massive order for Windwing here soon. We are swapping out everything but the yoke. I'm gonna be putting in a massive order here with Windwing soonish. I'm swapping everything but the yoke and the rudder pedals out when I do that. Everything is going. We are getting a new stick. You're getting a new throttle quadrant. Yeah. Baltimore ETA now 707. Love these 7 numbers. We no longer need Heathrow just because we are a little too far. If we had to divert for any reason, what we'd most likely do is we most likely fly to Shannon, or actually someplace, maybe even Madeira now. Because Madeira, yeah. Right now, if we were to have to divert, we'd actually probably go off and down into Madeira. Well, maybe not necessarily Madeira, but off down here into these islands, most likely. So. We are still moving with some incredible speed. So, no time acceleration today. Because I scheduled the stream to be perfect for me. And for us not to have any interruptions. can go ahead and keep our speed plenty up because right now our ETA for Baltimore is 707 Zulu with 19.9 metric tons. Sorry, 19.9 tons of fuel. I begin to get worried at about 5. 5's our minimum to divert to JFK, and then. Okay. You know what's annoying? I keep having to put this in. It's not that. Is that better? Update the VNav page. Wait, kilos. Alright, is there a way to like flash all this? Yes. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so right now we have 53. Right now we have 53 kilos of fuel on board. And we're going to arrive at Baltimore with 19.9. I begin to get concerned at about 7. Though for Baltimore, maybe I'll be a little concerned at 10. We also need to watch our fuel temperature today. If it gets to about minus 30, then we have to descend. The fuel temp of minus 40, that's when we need to descend. At minus 30, we have to keep a very, very close eye on it. Yeah. Alright, we have a Scandinavian 777 wide body going to an airport I can't pronounce. We have... Yeah, we are actually clear all the way to... Almost all the way to Baltimore. I need Seb back. So, we are going to be getting a new livery here soon as well. We are going to continue to fly Speedbird, but we are also going to be flying in a lovely aeronaut livery. So. And in case anyone's curious, our call sign is Speedbird 22 Bravo. So, in case anyone's curious, the call sign for today is Speedbird 22 Bravo. In a 772, the current speed of Mach decimal 86. Bound for Baltimore ETA in 4 hours 60 minutes. Sorry, 5 hours. ETA in 5 hours according to VATSIM. Current altitude level 360. Of course, we're oceanic already. Okay. Right now, for Baltimore, the winds are variable 3 knots as of about 2 minutes ago. Actually, no, as of about an hour ago. As of about an hour ago, the winds are variable 3 knots. Altimeter 3045. Very, very high. High pressure, so we have to keep that in mind. And yeah, so temperature's also going down right now, so it's currently 11 degrees Celsius. It's going down. I think tonight we're actually getting a freeze, so. If anyone would like to tune in, I am here and I am ready to chat about almost any subject. Oh no. The weather's gonna remain alright. I mean, the weather could be better, but it's gonna remain alright for the week. Just to say, I kind of like this rear view of the aircraft look. Or view. Kind of like it. David was departing right behind us earlier, so. Alright, you can come 28. If anyone would like to tune in, I'm all yours. Ask me anything. So is that you? He's back. Or is that YouTube being weird? YouTube being annoying? So, I kind of like this view from the back of the aircraft, to be honest. Not against it. Not against it. It's actually kind of nice. This direct view from behind. we were departing from EGNX earlier, and Aeronaut got a lovely view of me and of my 777-200, which was what I was flying earlier. But because I don't have the model matching working, I didn't see any. I didn't see. I didn't get to see his. I didn't get to see his thing. But I don't have the model matching working because of the performance factor. So I have a weird theory about Heathrow on VATSIM. And Seb, you might remember this if you're here, of course. We were arriving into Heathrow, and the frames were so unbelievably bad. And I have a weird theory on that. I want to say that it was from FSLTO model matching and the insane memory that it takes up. And so for that reason, I currently have the model matching disabled. So, with that said, though, we might give another go because I've also gone in and disabled a bunch of stuff for Heathrow. I've gone in and I've disabled a bunch of stuff for Heathrow. So. Oh, hey, bud. Yep. Next week, though, next week we're gonna buy the A340 from AnyBuilds because that thing looks freaking amazing. And from what I've seen, aside from the MCDU being not quite finished, it appears to be really solid. So we'll most likely be doing a long haul in an A340 here soon. With that said, the MCDU is not great, from my understanding, and could probably use a little bit of work. So. Yes. Would you like to get up here? Whatever. This back the aircraft view is very, very nice in my opinion. Alright, can we get the yoke cam working? Because it's broken right now. Can I force it to work? Is, I guess, a question. Try something else out, actually. My issues are going to continue. Might be in for a new webcam here soon. Is that gonna work? No, it's not. That is not gonna work at all. Okay. One of two things is true. Either OBS is broken, which is always a possibility, or this new camera I bought is a bust. That is also possible. So, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Shall we do a bit of hand flying? Oh wait, but I know you want attention. I know you want a little bit of attention. It's no one tuned in, so we get to talk. I get to give you some attention. I get to give you some attention. But all right. You like Seb's gonna tune back in any second now? Hi. I see you're wagging. I see you're wagging your tail. You gonna get down now? You gonna get down now? Go boy. In a moment, I'm gonna go upstairs, grab some milk, bring some milk down. Yeah, might be like 2-3 minutes. Actually, I'll tell you what. We're gonna do something. We're gonna do a little bit of something here. We're gonna do a bit of something that I don't think I'd usually do, but I want to add a little bit of fun to this. I'd like to add a little bit of fun to this. Hand flying the aircraft. We could always we could use a little bit of extra practice with hand flying, so what we'll do is we'll do it like that. Play a little game here. Right now it's remaining steady. And yes, the autopilot is off. No hands on it. And the autopilot's off. We're hand flying the aircraft right now. But we aren't really doing anything. We aren't really doing it. Interesting how that works. Maybe it's just that we are in a good patch right now. Maybe that's all that is. Good patch with steady winds, which possibility, considering what Vats and Red are saying. All right, when we arrive into Baltimore, looks like we got Tower. Sorry, look, right now it looks like we got Boston online. That said, though, I don't know if Boston's gonna necessarily work. I highly doubt that Boston's gonna be online by the time we get there. With that said, though, we will be getting auto ATC messages for descent. So, yeah, we should have those. try to fan fly the aircraft for a bit. And yeah, the only thing I do see is that we are getting a little on the high side. Is that rudder trim? That might have been rudder trim. Ow. We'll go ahead and let it fly itself. So we're moving across the Atlantic quite fast though, and at that I am very happy with. For those curious on the current state of the flight, down here, this is where we are going, to here, all the way down here, and this is where we are right now. This is where we were, and of course, they're hopping online, so. We are on, like, essentially the fastest bit. Everything else is going to go very, very slow. So, okay. Alright. 22.8 for a bit. I'm still here, ladies and gents. I'm still here. With a dog on my lap. And he's demanding attention. Which is fine while we're at cruise. No one's tuned in. So. Oh, someone might be tuned in. Yeah, get down now, please. You gonna go lay down? You gonna go lay down now? Yes, you're the boss. Alright. Okay. Let's see here. Alright, but you can cut that out. Go down. Go down. Wait. My word, what the hell? Okay, they've surely got to be doing some kind of event down in Mexico. Okay, surely they're doing some kind of event down in Mexico. Visit Mexico, yes, they are. They are doing an event. Okay, anyone special? Anything special going on? No, not really. Thursdays in Toronto. Frankfurt Friday. They have a Frankfurt Friday every day between 14 and 1600 Zulu. $47.13 north. We're just sat here at cruising. I'm bored at this point. I'm about to go upstairs and grab a half-gallon milk, though. So if we were to do this, that shave off a little bit of time. Yeah, sure, why not? Because that'll most likely save us a little of time. I think, anyway. I'm curious about something. Okay. Yeah, that works. Plus train, there's nothing. There's nothing. Sat here at cruising on board, guys. So. And it's a night flight, so we're not gonna have any screenshot opportunities all the way to Baltimore. Unfortunately. $22.08 for a bit. Anyone wants to do anything? Anyone says anything in chat? I'm all yours. you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do something a little interesting here. So if you're tuning in, we're gonna do a little bit of something interesting. We're sign up to be a pilot for VAT UK. We are going to we're going are we not? I could have sworn we were. For PPL? The P1, PPL. Okay. Alright, I don't know. I don't know. It's a year. Has PMDG released an update on stuff? Because I am begging for them to release an update on the 737. Just maybe not hitting. It's been 2 weeks of PMDG. You guys gotta do better. Becoming a P1 pilot would be amazing as well. Alright, but that's better. Does note that this is a very, very rocky desk for some reason. Actually, I might have to rebuild the whole... I might actually be planning on building a new desk here soon. Because I need a new desk. And badly. And I think building it would be a better idea. So... where are we at? We are a little on the high side, actually. Why a little high? Oh, there we go. Now it's correcting. We got a direct crosswind. Interesting. Direct 71 knot crosswind. Interesting. Sub, I need you back, Sub. Got loads of conversations to have with you. Speed bed. Speedbird 22 Bravo. Now here's a question I have. I've never flown from like the UK to Baltimore before with a blank squawk code. So, here's a question. Will Auto ATC send me a message? Okay. With the squawk code as we enter into the US without ATC, which I'm very certain we will be. Seven point two, sorry, 7.4 magnitude earthquake. My word. Alright, what's our ETA for this next oceanic waypoint? Time 3:08, so an hour. Alright, I'm gonna sit here, and if anyone tunes in, please, we'll be I'll be thrilled to have a lovely conversation with anyone who tunes in, including you, Seb. Yeah, what happened to Seb? MTR testing. UCF. Honolulu Control Facility. That makes sense. Someone keeps hopping in and out of the stream. It's been happening for like the past bunch of streams, and I don't know who it is, but I can almost guarantee it's the same person. Someone keeps hopping in and out of the stream, giving me loads upon loads of views. They're not real views. They never identify who they are. They never log in with YouTube's, I guess, so they never say anything in chat. Yeah. Seb, is that you who's back? Is that you who's back? I am here, and someone keeps popping in and out of the stream. I don't know who it is. It's getting annoying. It really is getting annoying. Because, I mean, it's great for the channel in terms of getting loads of views. But someone keeps hopping in and out of the stream. And they never reveal who they are. They never ask me any questions. It's like, I don't know if I should continue to say stuff, but someone keeps hopping in and out of the stream, and it's kind of annoying. So, there they go again. And it shows up on the graphs. Back again. And I'm willing to bet it's the same person as well. I'm willing to bet it's the same person. Potentially with bad internet. So, and now they're gone. So. Alright. We're cruising here. Got about 50 minutes to our next waypoint, which will be our not quite final oceanic waypoint, but close to. So, yeah, we are moving with some significant speed over Boston, over the ocean, though. Moving with some significant speed. All the lovely passengers in the back are asleep. And our fuel situation looks amazing. Take a closer look at the stuff. Baltimore fuel, 19.8 is the current estimate. Oh, we do have a step climb in about 40 minutes. That's good for us. That'll give something for us to do. That'll give us something for us to do. We have 48.0 fuel on board, which is loads. It's plenty. It really is plenty of fuel on board. So. And we have our speed up to Mach decimal 8.6. So we're gonna fly this. We're flying this thing off to Baltimore, and we're gonna leave it at Baltimore for the weekend, most likely. Completely preventing anyone from being able to fly it anywhere else, because Grumpy decided to be grumpy, and I have no. And he decided not to schedule anything for Saturdays, for Fridays or Saturdays. Tomorrow's not an option. Tomorrow night's not an option because I do actually have to be at work a little earlier. Because for the first time ever, I am leading a shift at night. Nice promotion. So I'm being promoted to shift leader, and I'm leading a shift for the first time ever at night. So. Please tell me Nia's going to be in tomorrow and not leaving early. Yes, she is. Wonderful. Thanks. There you go. There you are, Seb. Yeah, so Grumpy decided not to schedule any routes for Baltimore to Heathrow until I think Tuesday it is. So we're gonna be flying Baltimore to Heathrow, this exact plane, Tuesday night. That's the intention. With that said, tomorrow night I'm gonna film a bunch of videos. Probably not edit them, but I'm gonna film them, including the 777 review, which I've been promising now for 3 weeks. This is the final 777 review we're gonna do. We did that. I did one back in January, then I briefly had one uploaded before I realized we had to do the evaluation. That is going to be coming out hopefully Monday. And we're also going to do some more VATSIM tips because I think that the quality of the pilots on VATSIM are complete and utter junk right now. And I'd like to try to do everything in my power to change that. Speaking of pilots, I could have sworn that I could join the list, speaking about VAT UK pilot. And it was showing it on my phone earlier that I could join the list. I am going to join it, to be clear. I'm going to join it. But I don't see how I can join it right now. Become a VAT UK pilot. So let's see here. Let me see if I can do it through my phone, which would be interesting if I can do it through my phone. VAT UK waitlist. So yeah. Anyway, tomorrow, Saturday, I get to lead a shift for the first time. And so for that reason, I'm not gonna do any kind of significant streaming for tomorrow night. If we're to do any streaming, it's gonna be like two really short hauls. But I think I'm gonna rather spend that time in a video, doing a few videos. So what the hell? This is very interesting how I can't do that. Very, very interesting. Pilots. Flying program. Okay. Flying program is an expansion of the P0 pilot. Okay. Starting on the network. Pilots are not confident. Okay. Offers support for both VFR and IFR. Helping those fly aircraft such as the C-172. And then for IFR, the Airbus A320. Okay, middle course, one session sign off. I don't know if I'm gonna complete it actually, because I kind of already know how to fly IFR. I don't know anything with VFR, but I know how to fly IFR. I mean, that's what we're doing right now. Frickin'. But I'm an IFR baby. Instrument landings only here. Well, eventually you'd have to switch over to doing visual approaches. So. And we should probably at some point learn how to do a visual approach. Maybe get some FSI panel practice in with that. So are you the one who keeps hopping in and out of the stream? Because someone who keeps hopping in and out of the stream, it's kind of getting annoying. So, okay. Screw it, I'm bored again. Back to Minecraft. Actually, no, not back to Minecraft yet. We have a step climb. Level 380. Let's go ahead and take care of that now, actually. And we're going to announce it on Unicom. Don't think anyone's going to be able to hear it. should be able to do it automatic. This thing should be doing it automatically for some reason. Maybe just press a button or so. Light will change back to VNav. Will that do it? Yes, it will. Traffic Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy, step climb flight from flight level 360, flight level 380. Traffic. Alright, there we go. Now we're climbing. Now we're climbing. Very, very slowly. Maintaining Mach decimal 8.6 or greater is the hope. And then that'll get us to Baltimore. Baltimore ETA is 7080. And if we were to go direct to the next waypoint, actually, that is a significant turn. That might actually get us there a little faster. That might get us there a little bit faster. VNav, and then the ETA for the next waypoint is 4.8. So almost 2 hours out. Almost 2 hours. So, alright, we're gonna get back into Minecraft because I'm bored. I'm very much bored right now. So. Right, what we were doing earlier was this. CA Creeper. Yeah. Unfortunately, tomorrow though, for work, I have to deal with an incompetent piece of shit who should have been fired a very, very, very long time ago. If it was up to me, of course. We got 2 creepers. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was gonna happen, so. Yeah, I don't ever like calling people incompetent pieces of shit, but we certainly have someone who is an incompetent piece of shit. Is that guy still around? Why is the mouse being weird? No, he's not. I just can't pick it up. Actually, I'm gonna keep that carrot because there's no point in not. We have to get to the end here soon. There's nothing over there that's decent. Yeah, there is. But so, yeah. So the kind of shit that this person does on a daily basis as well is insane, and I don't know how he still is allowed to. I don't know how he continues to have a job. But with that said, though. I do know that they're trying to replace him, and I think that's where I think that's the reason I'm getting promoted, because they are aware of how bad he is and how awful he is, and they don't want to have any bit of this guy's done stuff that if we're being honest, shit, that sucks. Oh dear. Yeah, now this guy has done stuff that's like seriously could have gotten us sued like 5 times now, and we love to say that the U.S. is like the land of like the labor lawsuits, but then I hear people's own stories of bad things happening to them. And then with us, it's like we're the exact opposite. We're way, way, way too lenient, in my view, on stuff. And yeah, my view, we're just like way too lenient on a few things, and it's like we've almost gotten sued a few times now because of this one idiot. And it's like my question is, how the hell is he allowed to continue to work here? Because it's like the stuff he does. I mean, we have here in Maryland, we have very, 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 very strict child labor laws, and of course, as a food place, we're gonna hire minors, and there's nothing wrong with that. But these minors can only work a certain amount of hours at a time. But this guy just thinks that then this guy won't send them on break, send the minors on break, and that right there opens us up to a massive lawsuit. So every minute that a minor works over, we can they can sue for $3,000, for $3,000 to $10,000. Oh shit, that was annoying. The creeper just despawning right there. Yeah. Every time a minor works even a minute over, for every minute they can sue for $10,000, something like that. And yeah, and this guy's done this before. And thank God we haven't gotten sued, but people still have cases if we do. So, and then we have a different thing, and that I don't want YouTube to like take us down for me talking about. But I'm just gonna say now that this, if he doesn't get fired because of some of the stuff he's doing right now, I mean he's been warned to stop doing it, but it's like this will actually result in a much, much, much bigger lawsuit. If we don't fire him here soon, because, and it's his personality, unfortunately, that's getting in the way of it. It's his personality. But yeah, it's sexual harassment in the lightest of ways. Talking to women better than talk to men. And I'm not saying that that's illegal, but when it becomes so obvious, it's fairly certain. It looks fairly bad on us as a business. So I don't know. I feel like he needs to go. I feel like he needs to leave or be fired. And I know that they're trying to demote him, but I think it's just a matter of we're a little low on shift leads right now. So I mean, we lose him as a shift lead. We go down to 3. We go down to 3 night shift leads per week, and that's not enough. And that's assuming that everyone's feeling. We're talking about some idiot at work, so this idiot needs to be fired here soon. So anyway, Yeah, this idiot needs to be fired here soon, because we're gonna get sued. We're gonna get sued here soon if this guy doesn't get fired. And I think this guy. I think the reason that this guy has not been fired yet is because I haven't been fully promoted. With that said, they're moving fast with me now. So, all right. We have our first Ender Pearl now. I'm keeping an eye out on the flight. Grumpy gave us a nice big triple. He has officially allocated a nice big 777 for our routes, Baltimore to Heathrow, and Heathrow to Baltimore. So going forward, we're going to have 2 long hauls per week. Heathrow to Baltimore, Baltimore to Heathrow. Assuming that we have an aircraft we can fly. Because everyone else gets to fly this aircraft as well. But with that said, though, considering that this has been on the ground at Heathrow for 63 days, we're fine. Okay. That's gonna be annoying. We most likely have wheat we need to harvest now. Now just because we do. So Seb, I have a question about auto ATC when you have a chance. So, auto ATC. I haven't actually ever flown without auto ATC. Or, sorry, I haven't ever flown from like the UK to the US on VATSIM without getting a like full pre-departure clearance with a squawk code beforehand. So, Seb, do you know if auto ATC will like send out like a squawk code like the second you enter into airspace, or will it just have you remain as I guess squawk 2000 or like a 1, 2, 3, 4 or whatever if you're coming in from somewhere else without any kind of squawk stuff or without any kind of like clearance? So I'm curious about that because when we were arriving into Baltimore yesterday on a time accelerated route, they didn't give us a squawk code. That's because we already had one. But they did send us like descend via instructions. So that's a question I do have. It really depends. Okay. We'll see what happens. Yeah. So we're gonna be flying through Boston. That's gonna be our first division. And they did send us an auto ATC message yesterday when we were arriving. It was Boston and New York, and then they stopped after New York for the descent instructions. But I have gotten the squawk code automated ATC messages from Baltimore, from Potomac and / Washington area. So we can make a little spread now. Yeah. Well, we will see what happens, and I will report back to you, Seb, if you don't really know. We will see what happens, because right now we have a squawk of 2000, and we get to leave that. We don't have to change that back once we're done with the Oceanic, which we will be done with Oceanic in about an hour and a half. Just for reference on where we are right now. This is where we are, and I have decided to go direct to this waypoint right here. So, no, I did not get a squawk from London. London was not online when we departed. Right now we're at squawk 2000 for Oceanic. So So we have a squawk of like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 2000. Standby squawk or whatever. I know that some squawks are like for different codes. I know that 7700 is emergency, 7600 is radio failure, and then 7500 is hijacking. So yeah, we will see what happens. Because I get it. I get maybe that you don't know for certain. So right now, Boston is online, but I kind of doubt they're going to be online by the time we get there. So we're not gonna be at Waypoint Whale for a while. Our call sign is Speedbird 22 Bravo. Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. Here it is for you. Operating a British Airways route on the behalf of Aeronauts. So Aeronauts gets all the money, but British Airways gets their stuff advertised for free. And British Airways handles all the booking information with all passengers that we have on board, and it is a full flight. So. Kind of went more creepers, but so yes, the nat track clearance. Yes, I did follow a nat track clearance, though we're not doing a very good job at being with it. So we're not doing a very good job at maintaining our nat track clearance at all. Yeah. We've done everything we can. We just don't have a departure. We just didn't get to a standard departure clearance. The squawk code and with the route validation and all that stuff. So and I highly doubt that Boston's going to be online by the time we get there. I mean, they're online right now, but by the time we get there, it'll be like 1 a.m.-ish. .443 Zulu, Baltimore. ETA of 7:07, so 4 hours. Yeah. We have all the stuff. We have all. Yeah, we do have all of our ducks in a row. Just no official departure clearance from London. So. Will not give us a squawk code. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but so we'll have to see because we will have to see what happens. So we've done everything everything this far, so unless it's already signed and we're just not in their airspace. Actually, let's take a look to see if anyone's messed with our route. Nope. Yeah, I'm already in Gander. Yeah, Boston, they're online, but I mean, they've been online for they've been online now for 2.5 hours, and they are not going to be online by the time we get there. And we're all the way out over here, and we're still Oceanic, and we still have a little ways to go with Oceanic, so. Creeper time. So. Is your cam working yet? No, it's not. Yo, cam is not working. Yeah, that's gonna be really annoying if it doesn't, if it's not working by the time we get to Baltimore. Actually, what I will do is I will go ahead and deactivate your camera for right now, and see if it doesn't come back up. I didn't make a single change to OBS since earlier. It just stopped working. It's annoying. Creeper's out of bounds. Let's see what we can do with that creeper. Hey there, creepers. I see two here. Yep, I will report the results to you even if you're not with us. I will report the results because I think the results will be interesting. I agree with you. I don't think we will get a SWAT code. And you haven't gotten one so far, but we will see. Oh my word, how many creepers are there? Loads. This will be interesting. As long as they don't all despawn. Actually, here's what we'll do. For the sake of allowing me to do this easier, I have a piece of flint somewhere. Where's that flint? I had a piece of flint earlier. You got any gravel? Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. They're not going to be online, though. just being completely honest. Heathrow will be online by the time we get there. Not Boston. Do I not have a single piece of gravel in here? Yeah. I know where some is in. Yeah. Actually, I have done a route before from Canada to. I've done a route before from Canada. Thinking about it. And actually, and that was perfect. So I don't know. I doubt I'll get one. Anyway, the squad code's really nothing, just a way for ATC to help identify you. So. Geopilot squad code doesn't usually mean that much. Come with me. You know what? Sorry, you get to. Actually, right there's perfect. All right. Next waypoint, ETA is in an hour and a half. Sorry, an hour and 15 minutes. But that is our final oceanic waypoint. Relay screen, you're gonna go off now. gonna have to go upstairs in a minute to grab some milk, because I am thirsty. I've been drinking tea all day. Tea and hot water all day. Get to let the creepers do the work for me. Trying to flatten out this area as much as possible. The creepers are doing the work for me. So. All right. So I'm curious about another thing here. With this flight. So we should be getting the auto ATC messages that we got yesterday as well. So, because yesterday we got an auto ATC message from both Boston and New York for descendants. Essentially said stuff like descend to flight level blah 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 at and maintain blank by this waypoint or whatever. And it was quite handy because I don't usually fly into Baltimore. I just usually fly out of Baltimore, and it was quite nice in terms of all the descent stuff because I'm kind of blind when I'm flying in Baltimore. Rather, I've flown into Heathrow now 1,000 times, so. Just out of curiosity, how many VATSIM hours am I up to? Because we passed 600 the other day. This says 608, but that's not accurate. 616. We're aiming for 800 by the end of the year, and I think that is absolutely going to happen, no doubt about that. Now, if by some miracle I can commit to 5 hours every single day, then we're going to do it. Then we'll get to 1,000 by the end of the year. That ain't going to happen, though. I'm telling you now, we're not getting to 1,000 by the end of the year. I'm just out of curiosity. When was the date that I actually joined VATSIM? It's approaching. It's approaching. Oh, damn. You can't see that. What? I was looking at my pictures and y'all couldn't see it. Why didn't you see anything? Alright. Because I'm approaching a year on VATSIM now. I'm approaching a year. Members, profile. It leaks a bunch of information here, but whatever. It's all the information I've already leaked anyway. So. I don't know. Oh, Aeronaut is going to be an official VATSIM partner virtual airline. Because they now absolutely qualify. And to be honest, they should already be one. How many X and No X-ray November Oscar call signs have you seen, Seb? Well, actually, you probably haven't seen a bunch, but you over to the UK, it's like mandatory to know their call sign. So, American Virtual. BA virtual. Delta Virtual Airlines. So, China, Cape, BA. I highly doubt that is for British Airways. It might be. Speedbird 24. Interesting. BA Virtual Airlines. Speedbird 24. Interesting livery right there. Amount. Alright, for BA Virtual Airlines. More about the fleet. Boeing Air. Okay. City Flyer. Do you have any of the A330s? No. They might just be like a small, like mini BA one. So, anyway, I have my virtual airline that I've joined. It's called Airnaut, and we are actually doing a scheduled flight for the first time ever today. We're doing a scheduled flight from from Boston to, from Heathrow to Baltimore, and now instead of like just flying whatever plane I feel like, and going forward, instead of just like being like the idiot who just flies the same route, we're actually doing it with some purpose, because we are now going to become the #1 maker for the #1 revenue service for the Airnaut virtual airline, because a long haul in a 777 will generate loads upon loads of revenue, like roughly around $100,000 in revenue for every single one we do. So we are going to become the big moneymaker for the Airnaut virtual airline. So, and the best part about it is that we only have to commit to like 14 hours a week in order to keep up that reputation. 14 hours a week, that's pretty much nothing. So, Baltimore ETA now is 707 Zulu. That has not changed, with loads upon loads of fuel. Actually, we need to be concerned about maximum landing weight, because actually, what is our weight right now? Because I feel like we are 20.1 is a little on the high side. Okay, our gross weight is 218.6, and I have the numbers here somewhere. I think that's below all the numbers, though. Just barely, but I think that is below the numbers. I mean, not that it really matters. I mean, we still have a ways to go, but okay. Let's see here. Seven weights. All right. For the 200 ER, we are actually above it. We are actually above our maximum landing weight right now. The maximum landing weight for a Boeing 777-200 ER is, for kilos. In metric tons, it is 208.65. We are currently sitting about 10 tons over that. We're currently sitting at 218.5. And so we do act. So we can't like just arrive into Baltimore immediately right now. With that said, though, by the time we get there, assuming that we don't get a super strong tailwind that allows us to go down to 0 engine power, we'll be absolutely fine. So, we're also taking a quick look at our fuel temp, and right now it is minus 5 degrees Celsius. So, at minus 30, we keep an eye on it. At minus 40, we have to descend because we don't want to turn out like speed road 3.8, which, if anyone does not know, I've reiterated it on the channel plenty of times. It's caused due to a fuel, due to fuel, some fuel freezing. Well, due to water freezing up, and then due to a fuel heat exchanger deciding to clog up. So, clog up, and therefore denying the engines of fuel, of necessary fuel that it wanted. And of course, that big disruption had to happen on the final approach, and it couldn't happen before then. So, I do genuinely think, though, that if that big disruption were to happen, maybe let's say, if that big disruption were to have happened, let's say in their descent, I do actually think that maybe they would have been able to recover from it. With that said, though, the way that those pilots handled that crash was amazing, and it did allow them to. It did allow them to be aware of that issue, even if it took them a whole year to figure it out. So, all right, yoke cam. Let's try to get yoke cam back working. It flashed. Yoke cam flashed, but still not working. Deactivate. Activate. Come on now. Unless maybe something else is using it. What if I were to add like a video capture device? New one. Someone just sent me a message. Nope. Okay. Yoke cam. I am blaming all my issues with yoke cam on OBS being a massive pain in the ass right now. Just be crystal clear. Yeah. We might have to update I might have to update OBS over the weekend. So, Alexa, turn on Ryan's bed. Remind me I need to turn those rules off. I'll do those in a moment, actually. Alright. For anyone curious on what we're doing in Minecraft, we are being lazy bums, and we are flattening out massive area so that we can have outdoor farms, and we can do some more stuff outside. Are there any more creepers about? No, I don't think so. That's fine. Actually, I'll be getting to work on a new wheat farm right now because I think that would make sense. Any update on the position? Boston's been online now for 2 hours and 53 minutes. They'll probably hop offline by around midnight. I mean, their airspace is getting cleared out quite rapidly. And then for Baltimore, I think we are the only rival for Baltimore. I know, there's another rival for Baltimore. From Seattle. Get something. Giddy something. Where are they? Ah, there they are. Yeah, actually, I was looking, and they actually have an event going on. They have an event going on. Let me just make sure I don't die in Minecraft. There you go. Yeah, I was looking, and they actually have an event going on. A Visit Mexico event. So. Yeah, then Seattle was busy, or sorry, not Seattle. San Francisco and Oakland. They appear to be doing quite well. Okay, Oakland's like an international airport, right? Does not make sense to me how Oakland is an international airport right next to San Francisco. Both about equal size. Does not make sense to me at all. Seb, have you been to San Francisco area? I'm curious about something. Surely they've got to have like some kind of train that connects the two airports. Surely, because surely they have to have some kind of train. San Jose. Yeah, but San Jose is like all the way down here, right? No. Okay. It's mind-boggling that you can have two airports that close to each other. I feel like this is like closer than Baltimore is to Dulles. You know, I feel like this is like closer than Baltimore is to Dulles. I know, right? Surely there's got to be some kind of connection though, because that would probably make loads of money for both of them. Oh, we have the Metro for DC. Don't forget that we have the DC Metro. And here in here just outside of Baltimore, we do actually have public transportation. I have not used it. That's because I don't need to. But we do have the public. We do have the Metro. Yeah, but so, like here's Baltimore and then here's Dulles. That I feel like that's farther than. Yeah, we can agree to disagree on that. You know, it's truly amazing. The London Underground. The London Underground is truly amazing. The London Underground is great. The London Underground is absolutely massive as well. You know, it connects all the way down to Gatwick. It connects all the way down to Gatwick. Yeah, the London Underground is that's some next level stuff right there. Because it works, and it works extremely, extremely well. True. Fair. Yeah. I gotta get up to New York one of these days. Really, the Paris Metro. So I was in Paris, when I went on that big trip about 3 months ago now. And we tried the Paris Metro once, and I gave up on it because the teller who gives us all the tickets. There goes Boston, by the way. Boston's gone now. I called that a mile away. Anyway, the guy who was at the desk, he didn't speak any English. Right. Eventually, he found a translator, and he was extremely rude. And the translator said that. But then I couldn't figure out where on earth everything went, and so what we just ended up doing was doing it the expensive route of let's just Uber everywhere, even if it's gonna be like 30-minute Uber rides. Let's just Uber everywhere because that works out better. Yeah, the Paris Metro was, and the Paris Metro felt dirty as well. It felt absolutely disgusting. Meanwhile, the London Underground felt clean. It felt good. Yeah, the London Underground, and it's not the first time I've used. This past summer was not the first time I've used the Underground for London. In fact, I end up over there using it so much that I have to begin to consider if it's worth me doing stuff. Certain transit nerd to Paris Metro. Yeah. You also need to know where you are going. And if I have not reiterated it enough on the channel, my geography is not great. So. Yeah. Yeah. And then you go to London, and the London Underground is absolutely amazing. It felt clean. It felt organized, right? It was easy. It was easy enough for my stupid brain to understand. The only hard part about the London Underground. Actually, I need to get maps here because it's gonna be hard to understand. It'll be hard to understand. I need to get Google Maps here. Where is it? Public transportation. The only hard part about the London Underground is that it's kind of hard to find. Where was it? It wasn't Paddington. It wasn't Paddington. It might have been. Was it Paddington? That we had issues at? It was either Kensington or it was Paddington. And the issue is that we were on the Elizabeth line, which is a rail service. And we had to get down to the underground. And we couldn't figure out how to do it, even with instructions from a guy. And eventually we didn't figure it out. But still, the one issue with the London system is that it's not like everywhere else where you have like platforms. It's just like you're following what I'm saying, right? So it's like each line has like their own dedicated area for it, right? So like the Elizabeth line has its own dedicated area for it, and it works. It works. So. And it was the place that we got stuck at. Maybe it was Ealing. It might have been Ealing. I don't know. I don't know if it was. We got stuck at one of those places on our way to King's Cross, St. Pancras, because we took going into Paris. We took the shuttle, the Eurostar, and I will happily take the flying any day of the week. I'll happily just fly from Heathrow. And I mean, it would have been easy. It would have been really easy to get to Heathrow. So I will, if I ever end up in Paris again, going from Heathrow, or sorry, going from the London area, I will not be taking the Eurostar. Instead, I will be taking the I'll be taking a British Airways flight because I think that arriving 3 hours early at an airport is much more logical than waiting ages and not being completely clear on how to use the Eurostar. Not to mention that the Eurostar, there's something wrong with the Eurostar, and it wasn't just the Eurostar that I got sick on, but it's like after a while you're constantly like you get off the train and your head is like all bouncing around. It's annoying because it kind of ruins the rest of the day. And the Paris Metro, that was the worst. That was the worst out of all of it. And that thing ruined me for an entire day. For an entire day I was walking around Paris and I was not feeling great because of the Eurostar and because of the Paris Metro. And it's very, very annoying. And last year I got it on the London Underground. This year I didn't, somehow. So it was very, very annoying. Because once you get that feeling of constant rocking around, you it's kind of hard to get out. It's kind of hard to get out without sleeping for like 8 hours straight. So, without giving the brain a full reset. But yeah, no, out of all the public transportation systems I've used, the London Underground has been by far the nicest. Yeah. With that said, though, we got stuck in Cologne due to delayed trains for an extra 2 hours, and that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad at all. In addition, the train we took from Amsterdam Central to Schiphol Airport, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad either. So, with that said, though, Germany definitely had their disgusting public transportation systems. Yeah, they definitely had their disgusting ones. So, with that said, though, I have not been up to New York at all, and that's been something I've been wanting to do for a while now, and I understand where you're coming from with the New York City Metro being dirty, but yeah. But actually, the London Underground is actually at the point where I use it so much, even though I only fly into London like once a year. I use it so much that I should really figure out a way to like get some kind of pass for it. Get some kind of pass that's some kind of Oyster card. So I can just walk through and I have to purchase $60 tickets every time. Yeah, I should really try to do something there. Because when I do use it, it's nice to have. I have an unofficial announcement to make. I will be going back to the UK at some point, probably within the next 8 months. Yeah, but the thing is that how does that like track how far you've been? Does it like put like a $60 hold on your credit card? Yeah, you have to mess around with the ticket machines. So, but I think there's this thing called an Oyster card, and I think that does it quite well. Yeah. Anyway, I will be going back to the UK probably within the next 6 to 8 months is the hope. I need to talk to my dad about it because he's gonna. I'm gonna pay for the lovely Speedbird flights over there. He's gonna pay for everything else. BA tickets are so crazily expensive. Actually, they're not crazy. They're not crazy. We're actually gonna get to explore some parts of the UK that I've not been to. So, I've been down to Stonehenge. I've been up to York and Yorkshire. I have not, however, been to Manchester or Bristol is a place that I really want to go to. Bristol's over here. I really want to get over to Bristol at some point. Bristol and up to Manchester, and one of my cousins, he studies in Sheffield. I'd love to visit him. Yeah, and then maybe, if time allows, I'd love to get up to Edinburgh and Glasgow. Those will be, if I were to get to Glasgow and Edinburgh, that'd be amazing. So, and then maybe even if we were to go to like Southampton or something, all the way down to the south as well, that'd be quite nice. So, by the way, I am going to the UK. It's unofficial. The dates at some point here soon, within the next 6 to 8 months is the goal. If it was up to me, I'd be going in January. However, it's not just up to me; it's up to finances and a lot of other people. So, but I get to go with my dad this time. Last time I went with my mom, and the time before I went with my grandparents. Yep. Then flew back on my own because they wanted to spend some extra time by themselves. So. And just to say it, why the fuck is Heathrow not a U.S. pre-clearance airport? Feels like it absolutely should be. Because there are so many international flights from Heathrow to the U.S. There are so many international flights from Heathrow to the U.S. It's unbelievable how many there are. It's like half of all Heathrow flights are to like the U.S. Well, I don't know about half, but certainly about a third. Half of BA's entire fleet goes to the U.S. And that's daily, so does not help when I kick the desk in the wrong way. So, from an operational standpoint, if they were to make Heathrow a pre-clearance airport, that would be amazing. From a political power perspective, it would also be amazing, because now instead of arresting people at U.S. Border Patrol Customs, now you get to arrest them at now you get to just straight up say no, and now you don't have to spend those resources. Oh wait, that's not the way that works. Sorry. So, but even from like the standpoint of political stuff and political power, it still feels like if Heathrow were to be like a pre-clearance airport, then that would just benefit everyone. You know? And I mean, the U.S. already requires special checks at Heathrow to enter into the U.S. So it's like, why the hell is Heathrow not a pre-clearance airport? Literally check. They literally have a machine that checks your passports. It's like, why? And that's as you're boarding the aircraft as well. So They have a machine at. They have like little gates, kind of like U.S. Border Patrol. Kind of like what they have, and if you guys are gonna do that, then what you guys should do is you should just make London Heathrow a pre-clearance airport. So anyway, that's my take on it. I haven't actually done pre-clearance through anyone yet. It's the only time the only time I've gone international. The only place I go to fly internationally with is to the UK, and then I'll go. And then if I'm going somewhere else beyond the UK, then I'll do that in the UK. Though I'll pass through the UK first. And I have no desire to go down to Mexico. I have precisely zero desire to go down to Mexico. That sounds evil. Well, it doesn't sound evil, but when I say that I have no desire to go down to Mexico, but still, I've had people say that it sounds evil, but it's not. I just don't see a reason for me to go down to Mexico. This guy's also joking around, so. But yeah, I'd love to actually. I'd really love to visit Moscow one day. I'd love to visit Moscow, but considering the current political situation that's going on, that ain't gonna happen. But maybe when the political stuff improves a little, I'd love to go visit Moscow. I really would. Visiting Moscow is one of those things that I'd love to do. I mean, there's so much interesting Cold War and World War I and II history there. Just amazing. The amount of influence Moscow has had over the entire world, especially of the past 100 years or so, 100 to 200 years or so. It's insane. And I'd love to go visit Moscow, but once again, the political situation is not there. Not in a position that allows us to do that, unfortunately. Right, we're going to fill this in. What about you, Seb? Any place that you'd love to go visit? Checking on the flight. My word, you have a number of waypoints beyond 44. Hawaii. Well, you're a Hawaii controller, so that's pretty obvious. Yeah. Hawaii's just a little too hot for me. I mean, I'm not really a beach person. I'm not a beach person at all. I'm a big fan of mountains and of big fields. So I'm not really a beach person. Big fan of mountains and fields. Yep. what about any place internationally that maybe you cannot visit right now because of current political stuff going on? Egypt's another place I'd love to go visit, but the issue with Egypt right now is they're kind of in a position where, yeah, let's not do that, because, I mean, right now, where in North Africa, aside from Morocco, would you go? Would any reasonable person go? So, Ukraine's another place I'd love to go. Kiev certainly. Actually, I sent quite a bit of money to Ukraine at the beginning of the whole conflict. So, back when we were still thinking that Russia might occupy them. So, and just to say it, Russia's failed, and Ukraine is a massive winner out of all this, if you consider them a winner. So. Yeah, I'd love to go visit Kiev. Another place I'd love to go visit is Chernobyl. I'd love to go visit Chernobyl. That whole nuclear power plant accident. So have you seen that great series on HBO, the Chernobyl series? It's truly a great series on Chernobyl. I mean, the actors are spectacularly arrogant. In it, great series on HBO. Yeah, the actors there are spectacularly arrogant. In the standard way that you'd think the Soviet Union would be. One of the best and most true quotes that I can think of came from that movie. What's the quote again? Every lie you tell accrues a debt to the truth, and sooner rather than later that debt is paid. Best quote out of pretty much any movie, to be honest. Yeah, I'd love to go visit Ukraine, but yeah, once again, not happening anytime soon. And then Poland would be an interesting place to visit as well. But the reason that I wouldn't visit Poland right now is because of the escalating situation. So, and I don't know who needs to hear this, but I believe that when World War III starts, if it hasn't started already, no one's going to survive it. No one's going to survive it. I don't see a world where we have World War III and people will survive after it, because it's nuclear weapons are going to get involved, and yeah, that's just my hot take, and I think that a lot of people would tend to agree. World wars have have almost ended the world twice now. The third time's a charm, right? Actually, if you go on my Twitter, that's pinned comment or pinned post that I have. So, on Twitter, I do get political, to be clear, and that's why I don't have Twitter linked to the YouTube right now, because I don't want to get too far political there. So. Anyway. In terms of our next waypoint is in 30 minutes. And when we leave that waypoint, it is done with Oceanic. So we are almost to Baltimore. We are, we're not far now, actually. We're only about 3 hours out. We're over halfway there. And we're officially at the point where if we had a minor issue that would require us to divert, we would not be returning to Heathrow. Instead, we would actually be continuing to Baltimore at this point. That is a minor issue. If we had an engine failure, then I might decide to try to get the plane on the ground. But we're in range of Halifax now. Or not Halifax. We're in range of Gander now. So, but we have no issues today, and the reason that I specifically scheduled this flight for today, or for tonight, was I didn't get called into work because that was very, very annoying. Very, very annoying. Idiots got written up. So what happened the other day is idiots got written up, and then someone got into a car accident, and so on a shift of 5, we went down to 3. And so it's like I was when I heard about that, I was alright with going in, but still, I kind of had to rush. Due to the time acceleration, or I kind of had to rush because we were almost ready for our descent as well. It's like we were about where we were now. Yeah. Either way, that was very, very annoying. So. That's what we do for these little pockets here. Light them up and bury them. Came out already. Damn. Keeping a bit of a closer eye onto the flight now because we are about to exit Oceanic. 30 minutes, so we have some time before we exit Oceanic, but we don't have ages now. So, and we are on the Trish 4 arrival for Baltimore. In case anyone's curious, the Trish 4 arrival, which we'll have to do the briefing. We'll have to do the briefing properly for that because I'm not a genius when it comes to that. Unlike the Nugra for Heathrow. Out of troubles again? My word. There's very few things I'm picky about. Very few straight up odd things I'm picky about as well. One of those odd things I'm picky about for Heathrow, on a Baltimore to Heathrow flight, we have to use the Nugra arrival. We have to. Because it makes sense when others do not. Don't ask me why, because I can't provide a very good answer. It just does. We need 2 more shovels. Oh, Seb, just out of curiosity, do you do any flight simming at all, or are you like purely a controller? I'm curious because one of these days we need to, I need to organize a fly along. As in, like, do you have like a whole flight sim set up and everything? Because I do, and I'm gonna showcase it here soon. Hey, what's up with the frames? Frames are in the toilet. I can feel it. That's fine. We're main thread. We're the. Alright, I will happily show you when you get. I will happily show you. Just ATC, yeah. I will happily show you how to fly. Right. You can do it with a. You can technically do it with a joystick, though I recommend getting some kind of throttles. Right, but if you were to get yourself just the if you were to get yourself just the TCA throttles from Thrustmaster and some kind of cheap joystick with extra buttons on it, that's all you really need to get started. Or actually, I have something else here. Give me 30 seconds. This right here is the T-Flight hose from Thrustmaster, and it's not bad. It's not great. If I had YoCam working, I'd set it up. It's not bad from the standpoint of you have a detent up here for like cruise on your Airbus planes, okay, and it has a joystick, and it has a few extra buttons. And it goes for really, really cheap as well. Just pick yourself up one of these, and I will happily show you how to fly. So, next, I'll begin to show you how to fly IFR right now. So. Okay. So we're in the 777. Okay. Up here we have what is known as our flight director. Okay. This is the basics right here. Okay. Very, very basics. You have our flaps, and the flaps give you lift. Okay. They give you lift, which is crucial at slower speeds. Zoomer out for the. Oh, are you watching the some kind of game? Baseball, maybe. Chicago Cubs. I don't know. I don't do sports. So. Yeah. Anyway. We're in the Boeing 777, the best long-haul aircraft in the... Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I don't do sports, so... Everyone else I know does. I don't. Don't ask me why, I just never was a sports person, so... Anyway, we have our flight director up here. Over here we have our engine information. Okay, and... Right here is the main thing I'm looking at. Right here is the main thing I'm looking at when on final approach or otherwise. Over here we have our map. So with our map we have a bunch of options with our map, right? We could go plan, and that'll tell us. Then we can put a thing in here, so like legs. We can send it on right here. So we have a waypoint right there. If we want to go a little bit further down, right, we could center in on Boston, on the Boston VOR. Which is not actually that far out. Okay. I don't use that often, but I do use it. And we have VOR stuff, and then we have approach, which right now is just going to default to map because we're not really in range of any VORs. So, then over here we have this is the main thing that we are looking at when we're flying, especially when we're hand flying. Okay. This here is our angle of attack, right? So, think of it. So if we were to zoom in here, this purple is where we kind of want to be. Then we have our wings and we have our gear, right? Or we have our engines. If this is so, first off, let's get the other stuff out of the way. We have our speed over here. We have our Mach speed down here, and our airspeed in knots up here. Up here we have our flight director information, right? So I have in flight level 380. I don't think we do need step climb. We are not. And then we have our selected speed. We have our actual speed down here, and then down here we have our pressure. Now for Airbus planes and Boeing planes, this does change. For Airbus, I'll explain it to you one of these days. Whenever we fly Airbus, we'll do some A320 routes here soon. So I'm gonna try to maintain. We're almost at the point. Nice. Nice. Congrats on that. Yeah. And then so this here is our angle of attack. Well, first off, down here we have our standard pressure, or STD. That just means for standard pressure, right? So QNH altimeter. Essentially, what all that information does is tell the aircraft, based on the outside air pressure, this is what. Here's a piece of data needed for the necessary calculations, because at these higher altitudes, it's all done via air pressure in terms of the altitude. It's not really done with radio altimeters until you get down to about 2,000 feet. So, and then you'll see some purple text. Okay. Anyway, this here is the angle of attack. Right now we're up by about 2 degrees, I want to say. And so essentially, at 0 degrees, we're completely flat. Okay. And then we point the nose up a bit. Right now right now it's up by 2 degrees. If for some reason we needed to descend very, very rapidly, we could put it down. Yeah. Then over here we have our vertical speed. And yes, so this goes up to 6,000, plus or minus 6,000 feet per minute. No reason to really go that fast. In my opinion, if you need to go that fast, then what you need to do is you need to hold for a bit. You need to either hold and climb, or you need to descend and climb, or you need to hold and descend. Usually when we're arriving, we're around 2,000 feet per minute up until the final approach. And then at the final approach, we tune that all the way down to like 700 feet per minute. And then when we're landing, when we're in the flare, my goal is always around 200 feet per minute. Anything below 100 is dangerous territory, because now you're at risk of the auto brake and the ground spoilers not coming up automatically. And then anything above about 700, that is considered hard enough to potentially damage your aircraft. So if you remember the Toronto incident with that Delta plane, so no worries, Seb, you're all good. One of these days, I will show you how to fly. I will show you how to fly one of these days. So, you're all good. We're gonna resume Minecraft, and then we're gonna first we're gonna monitor this. So, yeah, you are all good. You can probably expect to stream Saturday night. And I'm going to try to get some kind of video out tomorrow. Whether or not it is the evaluation on the PNDG 777s and everything that they're missing, or it is something else. I will try to be getting a video out tomorrow. That is the goal anyway. So with the stream on Saturday, most likely some short hauls actually. So. I need to go upstairs and grab some milk in a moment. I need to go upstairs and grab some milk in a moment. What are we looking like in terms of VATSIM radar? In terms of VATSIM radar, we are... Damn, we're not actually that far out. Actually, to be honest, first off, direct to Bob 2. Turning direct to Bob 2. And I feel like we could probably skip most of what we have in Munton. I feel like we could probably skip most of what we have in Munton Center. I thought we had like a 400 nautical mile route coming up. But we don't. We don't have a 400 nautical mile route coming up though. Interesting. Trish 4, and we'll go ahead and begin to get some updated ADRs for Boston. Wait. 218 we do have a 400 one. There it is, a whale. 847 nautical miles. That's where most of that length comes from. Yeah, let's go direct to whale now. Let's turn direct to whale, and that'll surely save us a little bit of time. We have a direct headwind. Ouch. Ouch. We have a direct headwind now. That kind of sucks. Yeah, 616 Zulu, that's 2 hours out. 2 hours out at whale. Okay, that looks a little better. And then, passing whale, we will begin our descent briefing because then it's Boston and then everywhere else. So, that explains why we have so long. That is the Whiskey Hotel Alpha Lima Echo. Your average order. Hello. Ask me anything you want. Like any. We are flying from Heathrow to Baltimore, and we are now direct to Whale. We just went direct to Whale, and yeah, probably did that a little on the early side, but that's fine. We're gonna. So that's 2 hours until Whale. And then then we are direct to the Boston VOR. And then, so at Whale, I figure we're going to begin our descent briefing. So. Well, we've been going on now for about 4.5 hours-ish. And we are looking at another 3 hours at absolute, or looking at another 3 hours, so. Going on about 4 hours now. Yeah, we departed from Heathrow. I forget the exact time, but it was like just after 8. It was like 8:10 or 8 or 8:15. We pushed back off stand 563, at Heathrow at 8. Yeah. But your average reporter, you are the only one here. Ask me anything you want, and I will be happy to respond. If there's a certain topic you want to discuss in the real world, I'm all yours. I know we're flying in a lovely British Airways 777-200. Flying in a lovely 777-200ER. On the VATSIM network, of course, because VATSIM is amazing. So, here is the map if you're interested. Here's where we are. Yeah, we have an ego. We have an ego. That's the answer. We have an ego to do long haul flights the proper way. The proper way of sitting here and doing almost nothing. So, if you get any ATC, it's amazing. If you get any ATC, it is amazing. It increases your fun by a massive amount. So, trust me, I'm a long haul pilot in the sim. Not a real pilot yet. Maybe someday. So, if you want to track this on VATSIM, our call sign is Speedbird. So that is Bravo Alpha Whiskey, and then 22 Bravo. Speedbird 22 Bravo. And like I said, it's right here. It's right here. Right here on VATSIM radar. So. Yeah, we have an ego to do it, to get it done though. That's the answer, and it's hard to explain, but I tend to love my Baltimore to Heathrow rounds. Today we're doing a reverse flight, because my goal is to fly in real life one of these days. So my absolute dream is to fly real life, and to become a pilot for British Airways. With that said, though, some people do have health issues that prevents them from being a pilot, and I have not had the medical examination done, but I do have some conditions that could potentially disqualify me. And so, yeah, I'd love to end up with the PPL one day. So. I prefer flying IFR, just to say it. I prefer flying IFR. IFR is fun. I mean, don't get me wrong, flying VFR is gets you stunning views, absolutely stunning views. But IFR is nice because you come home from work annoyed one day, you come home pissed off, and then you see that the weather's bad. Now you can't fly VFR. Rather IFR, you can do that, and have some challenging experiences on the way if the weather's really that bad. So, is yoke cam working yet? Is the yoke cam working? No, it's not. I blame OBS for having yoke cam broken. So, yeah, but some people do have medical conditions that would prevent them from being a pilot, and so it's like doing a long haul flight in a sim that they build out to themselves. That might be like their only way to get the feeling of flying. And I'm certainly one in that category. So, it's not that boring. It's not that boring. And I work evening shifts, and today's my day off. So it's like I got time. I got time, and it's fun. And to know that you've sat through an entire long haul flight, and then to arrive and perform your landing, that brings a level of joy that is you can't beat. So, but I already work night shifts, most nights. So it's like today's my day off. It's like, let me just hop in the sim all day, or sorry, all night, and knock out this flight. And then on Saturday we're gonna do, or sorry, not on Saturday, probably. Let me just check the dates. So, because this route, though we are doing, so we do this route, or sorry, we do the route similar to this, the Baltimore to Heathrow weekly, whenever I have time, as we have since the beginning of the year, aside from about 2 weeks when I was physically doing it in real life, not just pilot. But it's I forgot what I was saying now. I forgot what I was saying. But when you there's a joy of landing after a long haul flight and perfecting that landing and knowing everything properly. It's an unbeatable feeling. So, but I'm used to the long haul flights. I'm used to the long haul flights. So we're in a 777-200ER because I don't hate the Dash 300 and no good A320. It really looks like it's gonna happen. Yeah, well, I don't actually know because the thing is I have medical conditions that probably disqualify me. From my understanding, I have a few medical conditions that most likely disqualify me. And so for some of us, this is like the closest we're gonna get. For others, this is like the farthest thing from the real world that we're gonna get. I'd love to become a pilot though, but like I said, I need to have a medical examination done. Actually, I keep meaning to call the medical examiner. I found a medical examiner based in Frederick, Maryland. I need to call the medical examiner, see if we can schedule an appointment, find out the cost. I don't know what happened to the mic. There we go. But yeah, so I do know that other places in the world are less lenient on it than here in the U.S. At the same time, though, here in the U.S. you have pretty strict regulations on it. So like I think that the UK is a little less. I think they're a little less paranoid about it. Rather, here in the U.S. they are quite paranoid. Here in the U.S. they are quite paranoid about it. So, anyway, I don't know. Commercial, of course. Commercial. Where would I ever get to fly this thing? I love flying British Airways planes. In fact, if you go into my VATSIM stats, I've only flown British Airways. I'm passing 617 hours now on the VATSIM network. Yeah, but most private pilots are pilots are not gonna, or most private planes are gonna not be A320s and 737s and 777s. Gotta fly commercial, of course. That's the way to do it. That's where all the fun comes from. That's where all the fun comes from. So. Yeah, well, but then the issue with general aviation is now the weather becomes much more of a concern. So, I mean, I can land this 777 pretty much anywhere. Pretty much anywhere, regardless of what the weather looks like. Rather, if I were to try to land like a little Cessna Citation in a windy Baltimore day, it might not happen. It might not happen. So it's like I love commercial. Commercial is where it's at. So, not to mention, flying into Heathrow would be nice. Flying in, yeah. We're in 2024. We're in 2024. I actually made the decision a few. Yeah, we're in 2024. We're flying into the Latin VFR version of Baltimore because they are the only ones with decent Baltimore scenery, in my opinion. And then we flew out of the Anybuilds Heathrow. I'll show you. I'll show you it in the in this. If you give it a moment. So yeah, we're flying in 2024. I actually made the decision a few weeks ago to uninstall 2020 off my computer because 2024 it's there now. I mean, it certainly had a rough time and it certainly had a rough launch. With that said, though, it's kind of at the point now where. So we had we've had this patch. Yeah, no, I have a full throttle quadrant. If the I showed it to you, if the yoke cam, which I have right off my panel right here, was working, blame OBS for that. Blame frickin' OBS. So I've had company. I've had company most of the time. So I've had company most of the time, and I have done a little bit of Minecraft. So but we're mostly there now. Actually, we're. What does progress have us at? Progress has us getting into Baltimore at 7:12 Zulu. Current time Zulu is 4:34 Zulu. So we're mostly there. Next waypoint is Boston, which will pass Boston at 6:27 Zulu. So 2 hours, and the final hour is always our descent period. So it's like, I mean, we're quite high, but yeah, I got Minecraft casually running in the background. I mean, of course, when we begin to land, then I close it. When we begin our descent, I close it. But when we're at cruise, here, I'll go ahead and show you the frames right now. Debug, display FPS. When we're at cruise, the frames per second are not bad. I mean, they could be better. And considering I have a 4060 and a what's the CPU again? A 9600 XT. No, it's not 9600 XT. It's how the hell did I just forget the CPU that I have? How the hell did that happen? I'll tell you what CPU I have. I got 32 gigs of memory though. I mean, 40 FPS on low settings, that's not great, but for Microsoft Flight Sim, that's pretty damn good. Somehow. Ryzen 9 5900 XT. XT. 16 core processor. So, yeah, no, when you're at cruise though, and you're not really, you're not constantly moving around in the aircraft, and it's fine. Bit of occasional Minecraft is fun. It's okay to take the CPU dips, or it's okay to take the frame dips. And then, of course, when we are on the final approach, what I will do is I will open up Auto FPS, and that will go ahead and knock out all the stutters. Well, not all of them, but it'll knock out most. So. Though I am getting to wonder if Auto FPS is casually or is slowly becoming less and less important. Dynamic settings is enabled as well, and dynamic settings and Auto FPS kind of do the same thing. And what they do is auto FPS decreases. Auto FPS adjusts the train level of detail and object level of detail in a way that allows you to still have decent visuals, but allows you not to have those stutters on short final, which is always important. So of course, when you're on short final, that's the as close you're going to be. So the sim doesn't have to commit to loading in a train that's 40 miles away now. So, and they're done. Go on. So, yeah, no, I have a full flight sim setup. I have the TCA throttle quadrant, the TCA side stick, and then the Thrustmaster rudder pedals and yoke. And the yoke was good money spent. Use the yoke all the time. $500 for a yoke, though, is not thrilling, but when you say $500 for any kind of thing, then nothing's thrilling, so. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-bum bum bum ba-da-bum. Ba-da-bum bum bum ba-da-bum. Ba-da-bum bum bum ba-da-bum. Okay, what the fuck is going on with Yoke Cam today? 'Cause it was working fine earlier. I was flying with David earlier, and Yoke Cam was working fine. Now it's not. Video capture device. Deactivate. What the fuck happened to Yoke Cam? Because it was working fine earlier. I'm gonna guess it's a bad update with OBS though. And what's going on with the iPad? So I feel like this will work. iPad screen. Yeah, that works somehow. Or does it? It does kinda. Could work a little bit better. The iPad screen could work a little bit better. But it does show what it should show. What the fuck happened to Yoke Cam earlier then? I blame a really bad update on OBS because we had no issue earlier off stream. We had precisely 0 issue. So I don't know. Anyway, the more I complain about it, the more it's still gonna get. So there's no point in complaining. There's no point in complaining about the Yoke Cam not working because it's clearly not gonna continue to work. I need to. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. About Yoke Cam not working. So anyway, we are going to pass Whale in 2.5 hours. Or sorry, in an hour and a half. And then at Whale, we will go ahead and perform our descent briefing. We'll go ahead and wait off on getting any MEDAR until we pass Whale. So, yeah. And then after Boston, it's pretty much time for our descent into Baltimore. In the real world, this flight is delayed by about 7 hours. 7-8 hours. Because we didn't get off the ground until time which we should have. We didn't get off the ground until the time we should have landed at Baltimore. So, actually, further than that. So, to Lima Juliet was definitely canceled for the night. Unfortunately, Speedbird to Lima Juliet was definitely canceled for the night, which is unfortunate, but whatever. But G2 Bravo is continuing forward. And I guess T Lima Juliet might depart at like 3 a.m. at like 5 a.m. tomorrow. Or, better yet, they'll just send an extra plane. So, add an extra route, something like that. Or they send everyone who needs to get to Dulles early, or to Heathrow early, off to Dulles. Bum bum ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-da-da-dum. Bum 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 ba-da-da-da-dum. Bum ba-da-ba-da-bum ba-da-bum. So. Bum bum ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum. Actually, here's a question. The vice manager. Here's a question. Here's a potential fix. Here's Brio. Date driver. Oh, just to say to everyone, tomorrow, Windows 11 now is in its final hour. Or sorry, Windows 10 is now in its final hours. Windows 10 is now in its final hours, ladies and gents. Windows 10, the most legendary operating system ever built, is now in its final hours, ladies and gents. We are now in Windows 11 support ends in 4 days. Come Monday, if you have not upgraded from Windows 10 to 11, you will lose all Microsoft support for Windows 10. Very, very, very sad, just to say it. So right now we're actually main thread limited. Bum ba dum ba da 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 ba da 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 bum ba da 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 dum ba da dum bum bum ba dum bum bum ba da 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 da. And anyone tuning in, I am here. Ask me anything. I am all yours. I have nothing else going on aside from the little YouTube shorts. So, which I have now put the phone down. Ask me anything away. If you wanna talk about anything, I am here. You can go ahead and ask me anything. So. Anything about like the route, we are currently direct to our first Boston waypoint, and we will be passing it at in a little over an hour. So we'll be passing it in about an hour and a half. VNav progress tells us we're going to be at Whale at time 6:08 Zulu, which I think that's going to be quite accurate. And then for our Baltimore ETA, that's meaning we're going to be at Baltimore in actually about just over 2 hours. Just over 2 hours. So that is the ETA for Baltimore right now. With the 19.6 fuel, that's a little on the high side. Actually, I need to verify something. We are still technically above our max landing weight right now. Our max landing weight needs to be below 206 decimal. Sorry, let me verify. 208.6 is what this gross weight has to be below. If it's any higher than that, then we have to hold. But we're fine by the looks of it. By the looks of it, we are A-okay in terms of our landing weight. It just means that right now, if we wanted to land right now, we can't. But that's fine. That's fine. That's no concern. Looking at 16.8 in both tanks, with a grand total of 33.7. So, and we're estimating that we're gonna have. Where is it? Not be now. But we're estimating we're gonna have 19.6 for fuel. At 5, we have to be concerned about our taxi. So, I mean, we had to go around to Gatwick with like 5 tons of fuel on board, and we were fine. We actually didn't go down to 0. We didn't have to get our tow at Gatwick when we had to do a go around. Very interesting thing happened there. Probably a video coming up maybe within a year. Maybe I can't promise, but maybe within a year. Yeah. Well, there's a short already up on the channel now. Because that incident at Gatwick. Aircraft tries to overtake me at 200 feet, causing me to do a go around. So, right, our next waypoint after this is the Boston VOR, and we have to be 100% around that point. I mean, not immediately at the Boston VOR, but that's when we need to be like configured to do our descent. And so what we'll do is we'll pass Whale, and then we'll do our descent briefing, and then we'll descend after Boston. So, is Boston Center online? I doubt it. They ordered it not too long ago, so they are online. They are online. And they've been online for just over an hour. So if we're lucky, they'll be online by the time we get there. Though I kinda doubt it. So I might have to step away for a few moments in a few moments. But yeah. Anyway, we do have Boston Center online. That'd be an absolute joy. It would be an absolute joy to have them online when we come in for landing at Baltimore. It'd be an absolute joy to have little ATC. In the meantime, we will go ahead and tune the Boston frequency on 134.700. .700 Boston Center in about an hour upon passing Wales. Upon passing Whale, that is when we contact Boston Center, if they're online, which I have a doubt. I have a doubt and a half. Oh my word, there's Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet on the ground at Baltimore. VFR? What the fuck? We are not the only ones who fly Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. What aircraft are they in? They might... they're probably... Yeah, they're... We do have Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet on the ground at Baltimore. So. And surely not a Cessna. I'd hope not. At Echo 5. That's gonna be interesting. We'll keep an eye out on this. Baltimore pre-files. Maybe it's in Baltimore pre-files. Doubt it. How is Baltimore? How has Baltimore become like the like home of British Airways here on the East Coast? How the fuck has that happened? Because we have one British Airways going, then we have one departing, and that's like happening like every single day now. It's no Heathrow, but it's how the fuck has Baltimore become a British Airways hub? So I'm curious though. That's usually my call sign right there. They stole my call sign. Speedbird to Limited. For those curious, right now we are Speedbird 22 Bravo. Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. As I say in my classic UK voice. Even though I'm a fucking American, that's what I am. Fucking American. American technically, to be clear. I don't like to identify as an American though, but I guess I don't really get a choice in that. Now, do I? I guess I don't really get a choice in choosing whether or not I like to identify as an American. I guess I just am one. Don't worry, the Americans are evil. Alright, I think I need to step away for about 5 to 10 minutes. I kind of doubt that Boston's going to be online by the time we get there, but I don't know. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to keep an eye out on what this Speedbird does, on what Speedbird 2 Limited does. See if they file a flight plan, but surely not. Well, actually, here's a question. If we were to open up VPilot, or sorry, VATSpy. If we were to open up VATSpy, what does VATSpy look like? VATSpy will surely give me a bit more information than that. Ba-da-da-bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, bum-ba-da-bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-bum, ba-dum, ba-da-bum. Come on, VATSpy. You can do it now. There we go. Where is it? Map. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Thank you. Alright, we have a Dreamliner -9 departing from going to Canada. You have Speedbird 102 have an A380 going to Johannesburg. You have us. Does Speedbird 2 Limited just file? Don't know. Baltimore slash, yeah, they have not yet filed. No, can we see their information? License. Departing. They have not filed a flight plan. Baltimore, most likely going to London Heathrow. Surely they're not departing. Yeah, no, they are not. They might have their sim brief OFP already, but they're probably just waiting on something to happen. Anyway, what is their report? Fash. Don't know where that is. Right, I need to go and do a few things real quickly. I'll be back in probably about 10 minutes or so. So, Unicom 122.8 for a bit. And in the meantime, am back. And yeah. Boston Center is now in range. And Speedbird 2 Limited still on the ground. And that's it though, we are approaching Boston. Not any faster. I mean, we still got about a good hour. Just go and ask them. Yeah, I just sent them a message. Austin Center's completely empty then. They're completely empty. Estimating whale at 0622. Yeah, probably not. They're a good ways out. Yeah, we're still about an hour out, so. Yeah, so he's got like one aircraft. Good. All good. Yeah, we're currently estimating whale at 620. So. We're gonna this out. Yeah, he's got like one VFR aircraft and then no one. Yeah, Boston is empty right now. That said though, Speedbird 2 Limited it's still on the ground at Baltimore, and maybe I understand how he has most of his time. So. Maybe I understand how he's got most of the time. Because it's like, still has not filed a single flight plan. Still not a single flight plan filed. I don't even know what aircraft type he is. I don't even know what aircraft type he is. He looks like it's probably an A320. How the fuck that works, I have no fucking clue. No fucking clue at all how the fuck that works. So, anyway. Yeah, anyway. Passing whale will begin our ascent briefing. Yeah, Austin said he's probably not gonna be online. If I had to guess, he's gonna close up in like 30 seconds because he's got a single VFR aircraft. There he goes. Boston. There he goes. Yeah, Boston Center is closed now. Yeah, there's Boston. There goes Boston. I called it. Which is all fine. That's all fine. I mean, he's got a single VFR aircraft in his airspace. So we are gonna be this is a very, very, very late arrival into Baltimore. So, just to say it. Should have been 12 hours earlier. So anyway, 22.8 for a bit. If anyone tunes in, you're all welcome to talk to me. anyone tuning in, I am here. Ask me anything. I am here and I'm paying attention to the stream as much as I am with my phone, which is now a bit more. So, we are currently direct to Whale, expecting to pass Whale at 6:20 Zulu, which is in about 50 minutes. Sorry, it's in about 40 minutes or so. So, about 45 minutes or so. Yeah. And then we will go ahead and begin our descent briefing bound for Baltimore. Speedbird 2 he's been on for... Is he waiting for us? I feel like they're waiting for us. They've been online now for 57 minutes. Again, BA has faster turnaround time than that. So, yeah. 22.8 now. 132 200. Got Munton Center. Come on, Munton. Munton Center, Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. We're trying to contact Munton now for anyone who's tuning in, as they are online now. See that they're test though. Interesting, I can't hear anything. Current time is 4:44. Sorry, 1:44 Zulu. Will be arriving in about an hour or so. About an hour and a half actually, so. Center Speedbird 22 Bravo. It's 132 200 yet, right? Yes, it is. Munton Center, Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy, ready to check. And I'm looking, and there's no one transmitting either. Interesting. Damn. Yeah, the interesting thing is that I'm a little peckish. And I don't have any good food. Fuck. And I'm too close now where I want to grab some food. We got an hour. Baltimore in an hour and a half. So. Center Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. Unable to hear anything. Here's what's gonna happen in a moment. Now they're gone. Now they're gone. 122.8. In case, we will end up going back to Unicom in a bit. See if they pop back. We will see if Munton pops back here soonish. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and throw Unicom on Unicom. Meantime, Munson has gone away. They might be restarting something. They might be restarting something. I have still have 20 minutes before we will see. Let's see what happens because they've disappeared. They might be doing a restart of their computer. We'll see what happens. If they're not back within like 5 minutes, though, I will go upstairs, grab myself a bite to eat, and then we will go ahead and do our descent briefing. So. In the meantime, though, I'm looking, and okay, I'm convinced that Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet is on the ground at Baltimore waiting for us. I'm convinced about it because I've been on the ground for an hour or in 11 minutes now. Alright, I'll give them about 2 minutes, then I'll go upstairs, grab a quick bite to eat. Actually, I'll do that now. I'll keep an eye on this. If Mutton hops online, give me the buzz. So, I'll be right back. Right, I am back now. And okay, they finally uploaded a flight plan as what, a 772? Yes, they yep. Super GG Bravo finally uploaded a flight plan to London Heathrow. What time are they gonna arrive? Noon. Probably. Yeah, sure. Spilling the soup all over the place. Just got a little French onion. Just got a little French onion soup right here. Super GG Bravo finally filed a fucking flight plan. So, they'll probably be there around 9 o'clock. Anyway, we are directed to Whale. Actually, we'll go ahead and... no, I'll do it properly. All right. In terms of fuel, let's take a look at our weight. We are now below our maximum landing weight by a significant amount as well. We are currently estimating Baltimore with 18.6 fuel on board. Let's turn direct Boston now, even though we are still a little ways out. And then we'll begin our descent briefing after I'm done with this. So, turn direct to Boston VOR. Today, not tomorrow. Ba-da-bum, ba-dum, ba-da-bum. Delicious. Even if it is a little messy. Nice. A little like tea, to be honest. A little like tea. Yeah, but I don't know if I necessarily should. This thing is spilling all over the place. This shit's spilling all over the place. Stand by one. Yeah, but if you look this up, I'm gonna talk to this shit. Shit's spilling all over the place now. All right. Full enough now. I can just use my hand and not have to use the pot holder. So, Boston in 30 minutes or so. Inner descent. Once I'm done with this soup. So, won't be too long. And then in terms of it being pitch black outside, it's not pitch black. Not really, anyway. It is kind of, but it's not super pitch black. So we're gonna adjust the time of day a bit. Yeah, actually, let's do that now. Time of day. It's what time usually is it? I'll set it that. Was that it's only about 3 hours ahead, so or, sorry, 4 hours ahead. Absolutely delicious. That is not really too much. I don't think it is. It's not making. All right. This is our in-flight meal. This is our in-flight meal. That's all it is. Just got soup. this is what we get as an in-flight meal. Alright, what's this guy doing? I'm convinced this guy's still waiting for us. KMC 772. It's 2:10 right now. We're gonna begin our descent. We're gonna begin our briefing for descent here soonish. Are you okay? What's up with you? You're shedding a lot. I know you want attention. I need to begin my descent briefing in a moment. I need to begin my descent briefing in a moment. We need to figure out which runway we were going to take. I'm thinking 28. You wanna chill. I wanna chill. I love you too. Listen to me. You got into some trouble the other day, right? You got into a little trouble. In your house. Yeah, it's nice. Want me to put gas? It feels so good, doesn't it? I'm gonna let you out here soon. See you, bed. Oh, I know you do. Thank you. That's enough. That's enough, Alex. That's enough. Down. Down again. Good boy. Alright. Let's begin our descent briefing. We are going to pass Boston. Really? I could have sworn it said, it's our Baltimore ETA. 4-8, my word. What happened? Oh, we have a strong headwind. Yeah, and so we actually have about an hour left, so. Alright, in that case, 22-8 for a bit more, for a bit longer. Right, I have a hard time believing that. And I should, because... That explains everything. That explains everything. So, time for a descent briefing. Can the iPad work? Will the iPad work today? Yes, it will. Somehow it works better than Yoke can. Somehow. Don't ask me how that works. How an HDMI capture device works better than a fucking Yoke can. So, anyway, there'll be no view of that today, unfortunately. Anyway, let's get the charts up. Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. We should be in our descent in right about 10 minutes or so. So, we have early winds here, not that. What are the winds at? What are the winds at? What are the winds at? I'm curious. Tomorrow. Live. Yeah, that would help. Boston, passing Boston in 11 minutes. Information ATIS. For Baltimore. Oh, yeah, we got it. Baltimore information out for the wind is calm wind. Temperature 8 G.5, altimeter 3046, extreme high pressure. Oh, not extreme high pressure, but high pressure. Okay. Visibility over 10 SM. Clouds view. Noise. And Speedbird 2 usually it's still loading on the ground. Wow. Alright, in that case, we'll take ILS runway... What's Baltimore's longest runway? Is it 15 right? Or is it 28? It's runway 28. We'll take 28. Take an ILS 28. And we are on the Trish 4 arrival for Baltimore. Okay. Go ahead and execute that now. So we'll take an ILS for runway 28. We could go 3-3 left. Actually, well, considering that 28 is an extra, well... Actually, yeah, let's switch to 3-3 left. Arrival. Via 3-3 left. 3-3 left is better because of the ability to get off and not have to use the whole runway, so... You know, we'll take an ILS 3-3 left approach. 3-3 left? Yeah, we'll take 3-3 left today. Approaches, so. The Isles final. Trish 4. Yeah, so. We have the arrival by the Trish 4. So, what that means. We are on the Nookie transition, correct? Yes. So we need to be down to. So by Troy's, we need to be at and maintain level 120, 12,000. No, y'all can't see this. Going on, go ahead and blow up the size for you a bit. Unless that just broke as well, which might have. Didn't. Okay. So, it's like inside. There's a second on this connection, I can tell. Alright, I do have an extra HDMI cable if I needed to try it. Yeah. Actually, let me go ahead and try it. We have the time. Okay, where is it? Different HDMI cable plugged in. We'll see if that's a bit more reliable. Alright. So. We have the Trish 4. Currently we're direct Boston. We'll pass Boston in 6 minutes. Which is fine. I just want to have this descent briefing done. Around. We're finished. We have a few minutes. But. Yeah, we have to be at level 120 level by Troy's. Then it's down to 9 to at or below level 9 by Trish. And then it is down to Woody at between at or above 5,000 but below 6,000. Then we go direct to Fims to be level by 5,000. Then Key level by 4. And then Ropes stay level at 4 for Hook. And then in terms of our intercept at Splat at altitude 2,400 feet. The frequency for that is 335 degrees with the heading with a approach frequency of 111.7. Okay, we intercept Splat at altitude 2,400 feet. Then it is down a little. And then Giraffe at altitude 15,000 feet. So that is all on what appears to be about a 6 mile final. 6 mile ILS final. The minimums, which you can go ahead and put in now. 2, 4, 3 on the borrow. Mm-hmm. 2, 4, 3 on the borrow. Okay, And then in case of Cat 3 approach, it's going to be 128. Oh, sorry. Radio altimeter reading of 128 or 100 feet off the ground. So 243 on the bar of them. Does it give us the radio altimeter reading for this? No, not really. Altimeter is 3043. Sorry, 3046. The extreme high pressure. What that does mean for us is we have to keep in mind the high pressure. If we were in a descent, or if we were in a 737, then we'd have to keep an eye out on the pressure. Because obviously up here we have low pressure, right? It means we are descending into a higher pressure environment. Now, Brad. Yes, that is correct. All right, let's go direct to Samlo now. Speedbird 2 limit finally pushing back off the gate. Bum bada bum 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 bum. Da 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 bum bada bada bum bum bum. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. Gonna be again descent here shortly, probably about 80 miles. In the meantime, we are expecting an approach into ILS 33 left and an arrival via the Trish 4 Noogie transition. Baltimore traffic. Direct to Nelly now, please. Bum bada bum 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 bum. Bada bum bada bada bum bum bum. Bada bum 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 bada bum. And we should see Boston. Yeah, Boston. You're passing Boston right now. The Boston Logan International Airport. So got their two. Sorry, they got their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runways. Damn, Boston, what the fuck? Where the fuck do you get the idea of 5 runways? And they all intercept with each other. It's like, it's insane because it's like they all intersect with each other. Right. So if you were to have an emergency, right in the middle, right there, you probably have to shut down the whole fucking airport. And it has actually happened before. So it's like, what the fuck were the Boston designers thinking? You could have gone with the 27 style, the 2709 style, as the rest of us probably would have fucking done. Could have gone with the Baltimore style. Oh wait, that has the same issue. Could have gone with the Atlanta style. You could have done a different, any other style. You could have gone with the JFK style. But you had to go with the one option that caused all runways to intersect with each other. All but one runway. It's like, yeah, runway there. That one doesn't intersect with that one. They're they're stupid. What the literal fuck, Boston? Boston, what the literal fuck were your architects thinking? Bum 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 bum. When is our top left descent estimate? Top descent 199 nautical miles. That said, that we should be receiving some auto ATC messages here soon, ish. In the meantime, we'll try to get your camera working. Give this another go. Yeah, I'll try to get Go Cam working in the meantime. I think I might have to go into Device Manager. Uh oh, shit.